This is session 4 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about press release marketing and also WordPress SEO so you can have a fully optimized WordPress blog.
So the first thing I'm going to touch on is online publicity benefits. So basically, publicity, it's an inexpensive way to promote your website and build your credibility. And that's one of the important factors that I love so much about press releases. It actually really builds up your business's credibility because a lot of people look at press releases as kind of an authoritative thing because they think that big businesses, are in the news, that kind of thing. It enables you when you're doing this kind of online PR to actually set yourself up as an authority type website, and gives you an authority, helps you build backlinks, which we'll touch on here in a bit. But press releases serve a lot of different purposes for you, and it's one of these, I guess you could consider it almost an offline marketing technique, but we're actually going to be focusing on online. But using some of these strategies I'm sharing you with press releases, I've actually been featured in newspapers a couple different times, in newspapers and radio shows for just a standard affiliate website, believe it or not, because of the way you can spin the press release to your media, and you can get some great traffic that way through newspapers. Press releases can really increase your sales, give your website more exposure, and help your website get traffic for many years down the road, and it will really enhance the image of your business. Just like I was saying, a lot of big businesses use press releases, and so, you're on these high authority sites, you're on sites, even like Google News and sites like that. Your business can appear on those by utilizing these strategies. And one thing, I mentioned your site can get traffic for years down the road. A lot of these sites that I'm going to talk about submitting your press release to, they will stay out there for, 5, 6 years. I've got press releases I submitted for some of my very first clients when I was first doing work for people 6, 7 years ago that are still starting to show up, that are still on the internet for their business name, that are still actually driving traffic to their website. And, that's over, we're going on 6+ years now there. And that's just for work you did one time. So just like all the other things I teach here, it's so much better than regular advertising because it's not like every month for the last 6 years that businesses had to renew their press release or something. Basically you submit it and it's going to be out there, and so it's going to help you grow exponentially because the more of these you can get out there. It's all about quantity and quality, but getting some a large amount of these press releases out here, and I'll show you how to spin things so that you can write a bunch of different press releases for one website. So the internet is where people are going for their information, so you definitely want to leverage that. And so that's why we're going to basically, all I'm focusing on here is online publicity instead of offline, because anyhow, people access their news online now anyways. And so, basically that's what you want to, that's the key component right there. So press releases and website traffic. Press releases can help build backlinks to your business, which helps with SEO. And as you guys will recall, in one of the first trainings where I talked about search engine optimization, I talked about backlinks. And basically the importance of backlinks is that they kind of act as votes for your website. And so the more votes that you get for your website, the more authority your site's going to look in the eyes of Google, because they look at that as a factor, and the better your site's going to rank overall. And so submitting press releases using the strategies I'm laying out here is going to help you build backlinks, and on top of that it's going to build exposure, build up credibility. All these things are going to be working synergistically in your favor to improve your business. And so press releases are a big component of your marketing campaign. It doesn't matter if it's just an affiliate site, if it's a site selling physical products. It doesn't matter if you're a chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, trying to get traffic to your website or to your business. It really doesn't matter what kind of website business you're running, what kind of business you're running. You can leverage press releases on the internet to really get some good traffic going. One other thing I touched on that helps really get you some website exposure on these high traffic sites, and these sites already have a captive audience. And what's interesting with some of these sites I'm going to share with you is there's actually news agencies that do browse these sites. There's actually journalists and such looking for stories that will actually appear on some of these sites and may get in touch with you, and you may end up running your site somewhere. But the main reason you're doing it is it's a great thing if some news agency picks it up, but really the key component here is you want to use these press release sites to get high rankings in the search engines from the backlinks, get more exposure, and as I'll touch on, I have a final point that I'll touch on that. Press release sites are read by bloggers and other people looking for story ideas as well. So I talked about journalists and things like that, but also just your average bloggers in your niche, people wanting story ideas for their website will look at press release sites as well. So if they like what you have to offer, they might get in touch with you, and it might be another opportunity to build exposure for your business. They might even take the press release and copy and paste it on their own site, which is allowed with a lot of these sites because they're just like the article sites. So that's certainly a component there that you want to consider. The press releases themselves can even rank high in the search engines for really good niche keyword phrases. So you can actually, using the keywords in the title of your press release, and I'm going to touch on that in the following slides, you can actually see an improvement in your rankings by actually having the press release itself rank in the search engines. And so it's just one other factor you can use to kind of help get more traffic through the search engines onto your press release, which then builds up your credibility, is what the press release does, which then again encourages them to click. Kind of like we talked about with article marketing. Search engines, can pick up these article directories and pages very well. And so people go in, they read your article, they see your an authority on the subject, they like what you're talking about, they click on your resource box. I haven't even had a chance yet to talk about social book marketing, video marketing, and podcasting, but they're all the same concept as well. And those are later topics. And the same thing, applies as if they were to find your website through the search engine, if they find your press release. And so I hope you guys are starting to see how this all kind of works together for you in a good circle. So what is a press release? A press release is an announcement of an event, performance, or other newsworthy item that is issued publicly. So basically, it's a way, and I grabbed this, canned response online, just so you guys know. So basically it's an announcement of an event, performance, or other newsworthy item. That's really the best way to sum up a press release. I was trying to think of a better way to say it, and that pretty much sums it up right there. So that, hope kind of gives you an idea as to what we're talking about. So it's basically a short write-up talking about your company, website, and or services, again, talking about what you offer. It might even be something as far as talking about something within your niche. So let's say that you are in the pet supplies niche and you want to talk about, a new type of automatic pet feeder that's, that's becoming popular among pet owners. And so you want to do a press release on that. Or maybe it's maybe you're a golfer and you want to talk about a new brand of putter, that's coming into the industry. And so it gives you an excuse to write a press release to kind of, bring up a newsworthy topic. Maybe it's something that's actually going on in the news right now, and it's somewhat related to your niche, and you can write up about it. We've got a lot of talks about, poor economy, this, bad investments, blah, blah. You could come up with, my affiliate marketing business is thriving in tough economy, whatever. So you kind of get the idea. You can spin news angles as well. So some ideas, for a press release. Let's say you just redesign your website, you even redesign your logo. Believe it or not, that could warrant a press release. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go take these press releases and you want to blast them out to your local newspaper, because they could really care less, honestly, about your new logo. But the reason I'm telling you to use these kind of deals is because these press release sites will pick it up, and it's just another excuse for you to get yourself out there with the press release, to get yourself a little more exposure. So the more of these you can do, and I'm not saying just spit out a bunch of junk, but I mean literally the more of these press releases you can get out there based on your niche, it's going to help you. It's going to help build backlinks, but also that authority, get you that exposure. And that's really what it's about. It's all about exposure and getting as much content in as many places as possible, and that's really what traffic's about. It could be, that you just posted a new product review. I've done press releases where I actually was reviewing an affiliate product, and it worked quite well for me. And, basically, I just, basically said, name of the product review reveals interesting findings. That was like my title of my press release. So, so depending on the product you're promoting, let's say, it's the West program. West program review reveals incredible findings, or Instant Form Pro reveals amazing findings. Traffic generation blueprint system review uncovers amazing secrets, something like that. And that could be used as like a, as your product review, if you're doing a press release on that and you wrote up a product review. And, basically, you just position yourself as an expert. And this is kind of a nice little subtopic here for you guys to chew on. And that's basically, leverage yourself and say that you are an expert, or your company or you yourself are an expert in reviewing digital products. People don't know. Just tell them that. That's, in the press release. That's what I put. I put Paul Counts is the owner of Count on Us LLC, which is an expert, in internet marketing and reviewing internet marketing products, And so I built up the authority in the press release. I talked a little bit about the product and why it was so great in my quote section of the press release, and I'll talk about some of these things here in a bit. And basically just talked about why why this was a great product, and then said that on my website I give a detailed review and to go check out my site, and that got me a lot of traffic. So those are some ideas you can do. Maybe you made a new blog post, and I'm not saying do this on every blog post, but maybe you spent a lot of time on a really good blog post. Maybe it was like the top 10, maybe you spent a lot of time on 50 ways to promote your website. Maybe you put a lot of effort into that, and so you launch a press release that you put out an article or a free blog about 50 ways to increase website traffic. So that might be something that I could do to get more people into my program, for example. Something you could do, maybe it's maybe you have a pet website again, so you're going to talk about 25 ways to to comb your dog's hair, whatever it is that you decide to write on. You could do a press release, so and so, whatever.com announces or launches an article, or hot article on 25 ways to groom your dog. Whatever it is, you could even angle that article into a press release, basically, is where I'm getting at. And then it might be just an opinion you have, so it might be kind of what you're feeling. You kind of put out some quotes out there, so I could do something like, people are, Paul Counts says economists are crazy, that might get people some attention. And then I talk about how, people are still buying things online and people are still spending money online. I don't know what they're talking about. And I could talk in that manner, so I could kind of give an opinion about, something big in the news like I talked about, but spin it for your niche, that kind of thing. So kind of be like a kind of a rebel, but, don't, obviously say something stupid, but, just kind of be kind of a rebel in a way if you want to, kind of stand out from the crowd, because they're going to be like, well, that's interesting. This guy says economists are crazy. Why does he say that? Why does he think that? And, give your opinions that way. So there's some ideas for press release topics, very basic. I mean, really, you can spin just about anything into a press release. So keep that in mind. And a press release, all it just needs is to have an angle. So it just needs an angle of some sort. And an angle is basically the direction that you're writing your press release. So it's the purpose for your press release, so to speak. So how do you write a press release? So first thing I talked about is you want to develop your angle first. So basically the angle is going to be the topic of your story. So before you start writing your press release, you need to come up with, okay, what is a subject that I'm going to write about concerning my niche? And since most of you, this will be the first time you're writing a press release, your first press release is typically going to be something about, announcing your website. Maybe it's announcing your free report. Like every time you set up a squeeze page and you give somebody something free, that could warrant a press release. Almost every time you make an informative blog post, that could be another press release for you. So when it's your first time, it's usually going to be announcing your website to the public. You're just going to be publicly announcing your website. And so your angle is going to be around your website and around your niche. So that's an example of your angle. So you want to create a newsworthy title for your press release that includes your keywords. And the reason I say kind of a newsworthy title, and it doesn't mean it needs to be newsworthy as far as the Wall Street Journal is going to pick it up or New York Times, but it needs to be newsworthy to the effect of, of something, to the effect of let's just say, I designed my new website. So a press release is not an article. So that's the point I'm trying to get across there. And so, your press release and article are going to be a little bit different, in how they're structured, and I hope you're going to see that here. So that's something to keep in mind. So your regular old article title may not work as well as, for a press release. So keep that in mind. So that's why you kind of want to have some sort of an angle to position it and spin it so that it can come off as kind of a news story. And some of these press release sites will actually delete your press release if they don't feel it's newsworthy. I've actually had that happen before. So it's, so then I learned real fast that you need to just create newsworthy titles for your releases. And when I say include your keywords, I'm going to give you guys some examples here in a bit of a good press release title, but you want to include your keywords, and if you can, include it the first part of your press release, but at least try to include it somewhere in your press release. So, if your press release is how to refinance a mortgage, that's your niche, so you could come with your website, mortgagesecretsinside.com, whatever the domain name is, announces, how to refinance a mortgage, ebook or something like that. So you get your keyword in there. It's kind of slightly newsworthy because you're announcing the launch of a free ebook or your ebook, whatever it is. And, that gets you started in your title. The next thing is you want to write an introductory paragraph that lays out your press release's point. And so, that's going to be your first sentence. Your first paragraph will be 2 or 3 sentences made up of just you simply talking about what your press release is about. Why you're writing your press release, the purpose of it. Whatever your angle is, you're going to address that in this first paragraph. So whether the angle is I am, launching a new website, then go ahead and put that in there. So that would be like the angle of your press release. So-and-so, Paul Counts, or your business name, if you've turned your business into a corporation, is announcing the launch of their new website, www. Whatever, and then basically give like a feature of this website. This website's main objective is to help people learn how to do this, this, and this with this free report that they're giving away on their homepage. That kind of thing. Write 2 to 4 paragraphs for the body of the release as well. So the body of the release is very similar to the body of the article. It's just basically some information. And when I say put quotes in there, I mean, quote yourself. And I'm actually going to read a press release that I wrote here in a second. But basically, you want to quote yourself. So come up with some quotes that you as the owner of the website could be making related to your niche. Build up your credibility as well by putting your name in there. So, so it says John Smith, owner of www.thiscoolwebsite.com, and then, so maybe say a quote or find a statistic about your niche and quote that statistic or something. And and basically say, we're striving to be customer oriented with our great review website. Says John Smith, owner of coolwebsitereviews.com. John added, there's a big need in the golf niche to have great golf review ebook review websites. Just come up with some quotes for yourself. Use that to kind of excite people about going to your site. So maybe talk about your free report, because what's interesting with press releases that I found, and this is an important point I'm about to make, is that with press releases, they don't want you just to be advertising your business based. Yes, you are kind of advertising your business. That is kind of the purpose. Let me rephrase that. But they don't want you to be pitching throughout your press release, because that's not a good press release anyways. But in the quote part, I found that it's a great way that you can actually pitch what your ideas and feelings are, because a quote is different than like just the written part of the press release. The press release has got the core details, the who, what, why, and where. And those are important things to know. Who, what, why, and where. Kind of the main keys of journalism. And who, what, why, where, and I think I said why. Yeah, sorry. So basically, those would be the kind of the written part of it, or the text based, the article, almost the article style of it, so to speak, where you have the details, the detail area. And then the quote part, where you're quoting yourself, that's where you really sell people on why your site's the best, why you have a great review site, why you created your site, why you have a passion behind your business, or whatever it is. And encourage people to check out your site in there, and because that's perfectly okay. And I found right there, the press release sites have no issues with you when you're quoting, kind of the sales pitch part, so to speak, the call to action almost. So there's no issues there. And so definitely want to put quotes in there, because it'll build your credibility, give you a chance to maybe pitch a little bit more about your business. And not that you should just, tell people your site's the best around, but just tell people, different components you have that kind of set you apart from the competition, maybe, that makes your site better in a way, so don't just say my site's cool, but add some value in there about why your site's better, or why you did what you did with your site, and kind of use that in the quotes if you can. And I found quotes are a great way to kind of expand a press release, because sometimes the details are kind of small, and you want to try to have around 200, at least 200 and some words. 250 is the best way to go, and if you can get it above 300, you're going to be in really good shape. But above 200 for sure. You want to try to strive for at least 250 if you can. So sometimes if I'm short on words, I can come up with a good couple of quotes that I'm going to say about this website or whatever I'm writing about for my client, and you can really fill in some gaps right there. So that's how you go ahead and write your press release. And then you want to include at the end of it just a short closing paragraph. And in that short closing paragraph, that's where you just say, for further information, call your phone number if you want people to call you, or excuse me, don't put in your email, because then you'll get all sorts of spam deals. But check out my website. Now, I made the mistake once of silly me, but I submitted a press release online with my cell phone number, for my pet niche. And you guys are probably gonna all go run out there and find it. But anyways, this in the pet niche I was in, I had all sorts of phone calls, coming in, like just from customers and just different things, requests, or just even just random calls, and just stuff, like basically stuff that my number shouldn't have been used for, kind of thing. And that was a mistake I made. And so one of the best things you can do if you really want to have a phone number, make sure it's like your office line that you aren't going to always have on you, kind of thing. So but in your closing paragraph, include your phone number, include your website link right in there. It just basically, it's not like you're saying check out the site for great information, because that sounds a little salesy, but just say for further information www. Because that's how most press releases end anyways. Basically, think of your press releases as like a news story, and you're going to be just fine. If read the newspaper. If you don't read the newspaper, then go ahead and go online and look at like usatoday.com or something like that, and see how they structure their news articles. And that's kind of how you should write and position your press releases. And it's also not a bad idea to check out those news sites, because you can see what kind of topics they're writing about, and you might be able to spin a lot of those topics for your niche. So keep that in mind as you go about writing your press release. So here I'm going to go ahead and show you guys real fast a press release that I wrote. Alright, so here on the screen here I've got a press release that I have written, and this press release is about Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, because as you will recall, that's the little website that I'm promoting for this example, which this site still ranks on the first page, even though I have what's funny about it, and I don't recommend you do this, but I launched the site without any relevant content, but it's still on the first page for its keyword phrase, so it shows you how easy it is to rank for a lot of these local terms. And this site's like number 2 or something in Google with the site with no content on there. I just launched the site. I have a good domain. I have title tags placed correctly, and we did like a ping on it or something. But that site's still ranking on the first page. But this is a press release I wrote up about this website. I'm gonna actually add a few pages of content, because what I'm actually gonna do with this website, and this is a model you guys are actually gonna learn at the end of this course, but I'm going to actually take this website. Once it's got some rankings, I'm going to be contacting some local chiropractors in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and offer them, to buy the website for a certain price. And so we'll see how that goes. I'll report back to you, but that's basically the strategy there of what I'm doing this for as an example for you guys. But basically, to go back to the press release, this is a short press release that I wrote related to this business. I'm actually going to expand the font a little bit so you guys can read it if you want. This will also be available in the back end of the website, so you guys can actually take it, use it as a swipe file if you want to. Whatever you want to do, take it and submit it yourself with my URL in there. That's fine too, but it'll be there as a swipe file if you guys want it. So basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors are hard at work adjusting the city of Tulsa. Notice I kind of used a play on words there, because chiropractors do adjusting, So, if you want to try to be kind of creative. I'm not the most creative marketing artsy kind of guy, but sometimes I get creative. So, but anyways, the website, TulsaOklahomaChiropractors.com, shares information and resources related to finding a good chiropractor for your next back or neck adjustment. And then I go into saying, in a quote right here, our goal with this website is to give website visitors access to a variety of information and resources related to finding and choosing the best chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, said the owner of the website. We understand that every day more and more people are going online to find information and find chiropractors in Tulsa, so we created this resource for them. The site features a new design that allows for an easy way to find information and resources that will help in finding a reliable chiropractor in the Tulsa area. And I'm almost done. I just want to read you guys so you guys kind of see how this flows. The owner of the website also pointed out that a new article will be coming online soon that discusses the common myths people have with chiropractors. And then I go into saying a quote, rumors and myths about chiropractic care have been floating around for years, and so hopefully this article will help shed some true light on this topic. He mentioned that some of the myths people have are related to the safety of neck adjustments and the fact that people think you have to seek care for the rest of your life if you have a back issue. These concerns and more will be covered in the new article to be posted soon. For further details on finding a good, reliable Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, you can go online to www.tulsaoklahomachiropractors.com. So there you see, it's a very basic, very bland. I mean, this is a very basic website that I'm promoting here. Yet I was still able to spin a press release with my keyword phrase in there. Now, what I did in there that, you guys should do, and that's include your name. I kept saying the owner of the website, and there's a reason I did that for this example, and that's because I do not want the name Paul Counts, in this case, associated with Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, because for one, that's not my niche. Two, I'm not a chiropractor. And three, I'm going to be selling this business to chiropractors, so I don't want my name. I don't want a fake name. I don't really want any kind of name on this press release unless it's that chiropractor's name. And so that's why I went ahead and did that, just so you guys are aware of the logic there. So if you're going to do this, eventually, like, take everything I'm teaching you and set up little mini niche websites for different local businesses to sell, and you're doing the press release, don't really include your name in there, because you're not really going to be the owner of that site for long if your intention is to sell it. So that's why I did not put my name in there. But in your case, wherever I said the owner of the website, that would be right where you would insert, says so-and-so, so-and-so, your name, John Smith, owner of, or John Smith, president and founder of, whatever it is. So there is a brief press release for you to look at. And that will be available in the back end again for everybody that wants to see it. So we're just going to jump back here, and we're going to be talking about writing a good press release title. So how to go about writing a very good press release title. So try starting with your targeted keywords, like I talked about. And you want to also include the angle of your press release, so the topic of your story in the title. So here's some examples of what I think are good press release titles. You guys may not think so, but these are just some ideas that I put together, some good examples that you guys could take from and kind of spin however you want to. So there's that one we just went through, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors adjusting the city. The core keyword there is Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Golf training aids website reviews top products. So that's kind of the keyword phrase there was golf training aid, so I included that into the subject line. And if you're wondering if this is Black Hat, this is not Black Hat or anything at all. This is just basically, you're helping the search engines. This is the content they want to give. They want to deliver that content. You're going to put it on these different websites. They rank these websites. So you're just being smart about how you are positioning your press release and your information. Because what a lot of people make the mistake of, and I used to do this a lot, where you put the business name first in the press release, or you put just your business name and you don't have any keywords up there. Well, that doesn't do you much good unless they're looking up your business name. And in some cases, you want to have kind of your business name up there because it's a good way to kind of because sometimes as people become more famous in an industry, people there's always a hater for every I've always go by the rule of thumb: a third of the people love you, a third hate you, and a third could care less about you. And that's a philosophy I've gone on, and that's usually true out there. And so the third that hates you sometimes will go out there and say stuff bad about your business or who you are as a person or whatever it is. And so you can kind of cover that up with press releases. So it's a great way to kind of blanket yourself. And another way to brand yourself and use that in a beneficial way, with your name up there, your business name kind of thing. So so basically, with your press release title is put in your core keywords there up there, because the press release sites are, again, considered authority sites and search engines rank them well. And the reason goes right back to title tags. Remember I talked about title tags being so important. I talked about it during the article marketing series, during even the first, where I talked about the 24-hour traffic plan. And in the SEO call, obviously, I talked all about title tags. I'll probably, every single call, probably bring up title tags because they're so important. Well, these press release sites naturally will take your title of your press release, most of them, and they will automatically put that in as their title tag when they publish your press release. And so that's why you want to include your keywords up there, because they're going right up there in your title tags. So here's a few more press release titles for you to look at using, using the title or the keyword in the title. Now, you want to get it as far to the left, the keyword phrase, and the reason is because Google reads left to right, and they'll put authority on it, more authority if it's to the left. But if it won't flow to the left, put it in the middle, put it at the end, whatever the case might be. So like, bird watching binoculars, that's a keyword phrase that this press release could be targeting. So I just took the subject, best bird watching binoculars revealed online. That's kind of a catchy press release that'll get people to read probably if they're into bird watching. Dogtra training collars on sale today. The Dogtra training collars, they're a brand of dog collar, so there's the brand name Dogtra training collars. That's the keyword phrase. Weight loss tips website fights back against obesity. So weight loss tips, there's the core keyword phrase in your title of your press release. So hope this kind of gives you guys some ideas, when you're writing about your niche. And use what I've talked about with keyword research tools. I brought them up now, I think on 2 or 3 calls now. The AdWords keyword tool, just the various keyword tools that I keep addressing. There's a reason I keep going back to those. And so I'm not going to cover that in this call because we've covered that, 2 or 3 times now. but use those keyword tools to come up with your core keyword phrases to use within the titles of your press release. Here's another one. We Fit in stock online at wefitavailability.com. That's my website if you guys want to check it out and buy WeFit. But basically, we fit in stock. That's the keyword. We fit in stock online. Those are two actually keyword phrases in one right there. So notice how I got the keyword phrase. Plus, I was able to brand my domain name. So that's another idea you could do. So you could do, bird watching binoculars online at online at birdwatchingbinoculars.com. Whatever the case might be. Golf training aids online at golftrainingaids.com. So you kind of brand your website. So you can kind of see how you can take these options, pause this slide, when you're on it, and just start watching this again so you understand some good titles to use. Here's a good example, of your press release introduction paragraph. I'm going to just let you guys read this again. I'll read it one last time. This is what I actually just read when I addressed the entire press release, but I just want to show you guys for your introduction because it's such an important part, and it's an easy part for you. But basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors are hard at work adjusting the city of Tulsa, and a new website has been launched to highlight a Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. The website, then I give the URL, shares information and resources related to finding a good chiropractor for your next back or next adjustment. Very basic, 2 to 3 sentences will do the trick. You just give them the main points of your press release, the main points of your topic, and you just go to town. So, 2 or 3 sentences, and then you just easily just go in giving details of your website, giving details of maybe, what you have going on. So maybe you're launching an ebook, maybe you're launching a freebie giveaway. Maybe you inserted a product into some special giveaway event, or maybe whatever it is, you can spin a press release about it for your niche. Maybe again it's the blog post idea. So I hope you guys just get the ideas going. Maybe you have a special webinar coming up, or a teleseminar, or free training, or whatever it is. You get the idea there. So the next thing we're going to talk about is submitting your press release online. So I'm actually going to go through and submit my press release online to one of these sites. Now, a great one to submit your press release to is prweb.com, but I want to caution you on that one. You probably aren't going to want to submit every press release there unless you have a big budget. They do cost some good money. If you do like their $80 option, and that's kind of like their $80 option is good. They have a $200 option that's really good. It gets you a lot of places, but this site really gets your press release out there. It's a really high authority site. It really gets it out there, I will say, because it will mass distribute it to a whole bunch of other sites that you can't really submit to on your own, that only they can submit to. So they have a good network, but it's really best served for whenever you launch a new, maybe it's a new product or a new training platform, and you want to spend $80 or even up to $200. They even have a $360 option. They'll go out to the Associated Press. And if you're going to do that, I just want to caution you so you guys don't come back and say, and yell at me because you felt like you got ripped off. I'm cautioning you, don't do it unless you have the money, for one. But also, only do this if it's something that's really newsworthy that you're really going to get some benefit from. And by that effect, I'm meaning, if it's you giving an opinion that might become kind of a newsworthy thing that might go viral, submit that. If it's like the launch of your entire training system, maybe that's a good opportunity to submit it. And you probably won't want to do the AP release unless you, the AP release, unless you really, really have something that you feel is newsworthy, then you would consider that. But it will get you a lot of traffic. I'm not going to lie there. It'll get you a lot of traffic. It's just a matter of a budget thing, So just like, pay-per-click, that'll get you a lot of traffic, but, only use it if you have money, So, but that's prweb.com. I included that one because how could I not include it? Because it's so authoritative as far as press releases go. But all the other ones I'm sharing with you are free. Some of these do have an upgrade option, and you can kind of leave it up to you if you want to choose to upgrade them. I've actually found some of them give you some really good benefits for like a $20 upgrade. You can actually get some really phenomenal benefits that you can get from PRWeb. Not as many distribution points, but still some decent, some decent results from it. So if you have a little tighter budget, maybe consider one of these sites and choosing their upgrade option. Now this site right here, it's the worst domain ever, but it's actually a great site. I've talked about it before. It's got dashes all over the place, but it's a very high authority site. These press releases will rank really high. Like, in fact, this is the one I recommend in the 24-hour traffic plan that we first went over. And the reason I recommend you submit to them is just because they get picked up so fast. I mean, and I'm actually going to submit to them right here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and open up this press release and show you guys how to submit a press release. So we are here on free-press-release.com. Now I want to let you guys know that all press release sites, they all don't look the same, but they look very similar. So what you're going to be looking for when you first get to a site, you're either going to be looking for a register button or a submit press release, submit release option. And most of the ones will have like a submit release or submit option, and it will tell you if you're not logged in, so therefore you know that you need to have an account. So in this case, I'm just going to log in to this particular account. Let's choose a different one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and log in here. And you're just going to choose on the left side here, submit a press release. And this is just a test account I have. So you've got here a free press release option, or you have a premier release option. Now the premier release, it's only $1, so it's not that bad for you to do, and it gets you exposure on their homepage, so it's not a bad idea. So if you do want to invest some money, you could go with the premier release, plus it will give you an active link to your site. Because I will say though, just because you're submitting a press release, not every single one of these sites will give you a live active backlink. The majority of them will, but it's also more or less just more to get your site more exposure, get your name more exposure, and that's why you still submit to all these press release sites. So for this example's sake, I'm just going to choose the free option. I can upgrade it later if I really want to, and just choose next. And almost every press release site is going to be laid out similar as far as when you submit it. They're going to have a title option, a summary option, and a news body option. So the title option here is, we're just going to take that and plug in, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors adjusting the city. So there's our title. And then the summary, I usually just take the first sentence or so. First 1 or 2 sentences if you want for the summary. You could come up with your own unique summary if you really wanted to. It's not a bad idea to do that, but just for time's sake and ease, I just usually just take the first paragraph. And then the news body. Now, one thing I do with the news body, just like I do sometimes when I'm submitting, if I'm submitting articles manually or if somebody else is, I recommend that you open up a notepad file. So I've got my notepad file up here, and I recommend that you paste that, copy and paste that notepad file, into your notepad file, because what happens is you notice how it kind of all jumbled everything together, so there's no separation for paragraphs. And that's why it's really important that you go ahead and put it into Notepad so you can clean this up really easily. And then that way you don't have to clean it up on every press release site. So I'm just going to go ahead and clean this up really fast. If you really want to be able to see it quickly, just take the word wrap off, and then every one of these lines is going to be a new paragraph for you. So once you have that, just go ahead and keep the word wrap on, and then you just copy it all. I just hit Control A to copy it, and Control C, or you can highlight it all, so by taking the mouse and scrolling over it. I just want to make sure this is easy for you guys, that you highlight it all, you right click, and you choose copy. So again, I right clicked and I chose copy, and I'm going to go right back to the press release website, right click, and choose submit. So what you're going to do after doing that is go ahead and scroll on down here and put in the little verification. Most of them have a verification option. This case they ask for tags, so the tags would be like keyword phrases related to your niche. So mine is Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors and chiropractic care, maybe back pain specialist, whatever it is. You get the idea. So you put in your keywords related to your niche. So every niche is going to be different. The optional option here, they have a website, and it's optional here because I did not do the upgrade. Now some of these sites, they don't care, it's usually just there, they don't care if you pay or not. The website features there, everyone's going to be slightly different. The industry, most of them have an industry column, so this is where you just use your best guess to find how your website applies and fits in. Every one of them I found has slightly different industry ways they do their industries, and that's okay. So what you're going to do in this case is, I'm talking about chiropractor, so it's kind of under health, particular, let's see, I believe, yeah, that's the health niche. Lifestyle, health and fitness, so that's what I'll put that in there. So whatever niche your business is in, pets, choose that niche. So you know the drill there. Contact information. Put in your name. There you see that's the fictitious name I'm going under here. So you can just plug that in there if you want to as the author. Now in this case, what's great about these sites, if you were to sell this business, you could go down and edit this information. You don't necessarily have to though, but they will publish some of these details. So if you do want to get your name out from under it, you can. Otherwise, you can just leave it out there. So I'm just going to stick my name in there because I'm going to change it to their name whenever I sell this business. So that's what I'm going to do. So you can just plug in your basic information, your address, and then I like to put my website in down there. So let's just plug in our website again. Let me put in my main address. And you don't have to put in your main address unless they require it, but I just do sometimes because it builds up some credibility. And just plug in your website there. And the reason I'm putting it here instead of up above where it says website is because I didn't upgrade this particular press release, and they'll let you put in that information because they even tell you. So basically just fill out these forms just like, just read through these forms, so they're not rocket science. And when you're done, just choose submit press release. It's going to take just a moment. And notice this site has automatically now been submitted. So here's something that you guys can do right off the bat if you guys want to start getting some results. Now notice, obviously there's going to be ads around here. I was sharing this with somebody once and they were freaking out because there were advertisements around. Well, just like eZine articles, that's how these sites make their money, so don't worry about it. Your main concern is, the content that people are going to read. So here's the press release right here. Now one thing I want to show you guys is take the the actual URL and go over and ping the website. So we're going to just go over to pingomatic.com. And we're just going to ping the website here. Now there's really not much of a need with free press release to ping it because they actually ping this thing so quick. Like they must have it set up with their site to already ping as well. So it's going to pick up this content really, really, really fast. And so I'm just pinging it really fast. And that was just at pingomatic.com. So here's our press release. And probably, sometime tomorrow or so, this will probably be indexed more than likely. It might even be indexed in the next, several hours. That's very common with this site. And I'm going to wager a guess that this press release will rank at the top of the search engines. And so you guys can apply the same exact strategy when you're out there submitting press releases. So I'm going to just return to the show here and show you a few more sites to write down and take a look at. So here's a few more sites. Boy, that was really nice of me. Okay, so here's a few more sites to write down. prlog.org, pagerelease.com. That's a new one I actually just came across today. So it looks really good. i-newswire.com, 888 press release, 1-888pressrelease.com, pressreleasespider.com. Those are all really good press release sites to submit to for you. They're free, all of them except for PR Web, but some of them do have a paid option that you could consider. And you can run a Google search for the following phrases to find more PR sites. And that's really how I come across my list of press release sites. Now, I will say I'm going to add in another little deal back there when I stream this video. I'll include for you a list of press release sites so you don't have to bother with going through this mess. So there will be a resource available to you when this video gets posted in the next 24 to 48 hours, just so you guys are aware of that. So type in keywords like free press release distribution, submit press release, press release submission, free press release website, submit press release free. Those kind of keywords are going to give you the best opportunity, to find a great number of free press release sites. And there's a core, 50 really good ones. There's literally hundreds of them out there. There's some good ones. What I usually gauge is if I see them on the first 2 or 3 pages of the search engines, and I know that if they're all competing for kind of the press release site term, they're sometimes the more high traffic ones anyways because they rank at the top. Same thing with like article directories like I shared with you. If you really want to find more article directories, type that in and see what kind of results you get because they're usually the bigger players when they're starting to show up anyways. Those are your big dogs. So same thing with press release sites. And the ones that I gave you on this page over here, those are some good ones for you to consider as well. So we're just going to jump over here to doing WordPress on SEO. I'm going to take a quick break here, take a quick drink, and let you guys kind of settle your brain and settle all that in. While I get my drink, I am going to pause it on this slide so you guys can actually see, write down this list of press release sites. Okay, so we are ready to go on WordPress SEO, and then after that we're going to take questions. We're actually doing really good on time. It's here at 9:20 or 10:20 Eastern, so this part won't take as long, but we're just going to cover doing some basic SEO things with your WordPress so that you can have a search engine friendly WordPress page. Now, I recommend WordPress that you install WordPress for really either as your blog platform or as your main website platform. I really don't do any project without using WordPress in some way, and that's because search engines love it. I personally steer clear of Joomla just for the fact that out of the box it's a mess to deal with. It's basically, I've dealt with client sites that are on Joomla. It makes you go way too many steps to make it search engine friendly. The URLs are nasty as all get out. It's just not a good situation. You know, Joomla just they don't care enough, I guess, about the SEO or anything. But WordPress really does a good job of out of the box. It actually indexes well, even though it's still not all that search engine friendly. But just out of the box with no changes, it does decent for you. So definitely recommend you use WordPress. And one of the more popular uses of it, you know, is like whenever you launch a product page, for example, and you want to add content to it. You know, a lot of people, they have a sales letter, you know, and that's all on their website. So you want to add in a blog to your website. So you want to have like, you know, your, let's say, you know, trafficgenerationblueprints.com/blog. You know, that's something that I would do, you know, when I launch this course out there. And, you know, that's the name of it. So trafficgenerationblueprints.com/blog. And that gives me an opportunity to have like a sales/squeeze page, you know, on the front end. And you aren't just stuck on a one-page site. Because remember, as you will recall at the SEO talk, you're only limited to target so many keyword phrases. So I can't type in, you know, video marketing, press release marketing, article marketing, SEO, training, and all this as one title tag. Those would all be separate posts or articles that I would want to write. Well, as far as managing the content, WordPress is great, and it acts as what's called a CMS or content management system. So I just recommend just using WordPress, attaching it to your sales page, and it's a great way that you can get some good organic traffic to come to your website. And then on the right hand side, just put a banner to your homepage or sales page or squeeze page, whatever it is, and encourage them, you know, to go there. So if somebody finds my blog, let's say I do a post on video marketing online or something, you know, that's the keyword phrase, and somebody types in video marketing online, they come through to trafficgenerationblueprint.com/blog. Now that's not up there, so don't rush out and look at it, but that's how I'm going. I do have the domain, so don't try to buy it. But anyhow, since, you know, I have the domain, you know, I just put in the /blog on there, and somebody finds my blog that way, and I have a little banner on the right side because I did good SEO and they find me for video marketing online. It's just another avenue somebody can come to my website, and it will actually help you out with Alexa, as I've seen with another guy on this call. It gives you a lot of benefits there, and so you definitely want to use WordPress in your business somehow. One thing I love WordPress for is just creating niche affiliate type sites. It's easy to do. Any kind of site, you know, any client I have, I recommend they use WordPress somehow in their business, and so I recommend you do the same. So here's how to make WordPress search engine friendly once you get it installed and uploaded. So once you get it, once you get it uploaded, you're going to want to download the following basic SEO plugins for WordPress, and you're going to want to install them. Just so you guys know, so you don't have to sit there and download all these will also be available below the stream, and all these will be up within 24 to 48 hours. So you're going to have the press release little resources plus the SEO plugins I'm talking about here. Now there's a lot more SEO plugins. You know, I know some of you, you know, probably all know of some different ones. I know of some different ones, but these are some of the real basic ones, very basic ones that work well for search engine optimization. Because as it is, WordPress does a good job with SEO. All-in-one SEO, that's the name of the plugin. You're, again, going to see that in the back end. But if you do want to, if for some reason you guys want to get these all tonight, because it will take me a little bit of time to stream this video, it's a huge file when they're done. But Go to Google and type in all-in-one SEO plugin. Go to Google, type in Google Sitemap Generator plugin. Go to Google and type in Sociable plugin, and you'll get the download pages for these. So, but again, I will have the links to these. So download these 3 core plugins. Now, all-in-one SEO is tremendous for SEO because it lets you change your title tags, which again, I keep talking about title tags again. It lets you have a keyword-rich title tag for every single post you make. You can adjust your own title tag because by default, WordPress will actually make your will make your title tag be your article post of your blog. Now, sometimes that's okay, but not all the times, because sometimes a keyword like top 10 ways to get your ex back, for example, that might not be a search phrase people look for, but it's an interesting subject that would bookmark well, meaning people would find it popular in Web 2.0 portals and come through to your site that way. But it may not be, basically it might not be the best as far as SEO goes, because a lot of times people may not type in top 10 ways to get your ex back, but they might type in how to get your ex back. So maybe you could, in your title tag, reword it a little bit, so it says how to get your ex back top 10 ways or something, so you're kind of still doing that sales approach I talked about with your title tag before to kind of sell the click. This all-in-one SEO gives you that ability. It gives you the ability to write out your own, your short little meta keywords, the meta description as well. It's so important for SEO. And it's just a great plugin to use. The Google Sitemap Generator, this is fabulous. It does a good job of creating the XML sitemap that search engines love, and even Yahoo and MSN look at these .xml search maps. They call it Google Sitemap Generator, but it works for Yahoo and MSN as well. And you could actually submit this to Google Webmaster Tools. So it's just Google Webmaster Tools if you want. I personally don't do a lot with Google Webmaster Tools. I probably could do more, but basically. It doesn't help me get indexed, or not indexed, but the Google Sitemap Generator, having just that sitemap on there will by default help all your pages on your site get indexed, but whether or not you're a member of Google Webmaster Tools, that's not going to impact things or not. But there's multiple uses for it. You can submit this XML sitemap to some different, to MSN's side of things, Yahoo's, Google. Just type in like submit sitemap or submit Yahoo sitemap, submit MSN sitemap or live search sitemap, or submit Google sitemap, something like that, and then submit the generated sitemap they give you. If you aren't even submitting those, at least you're just generating the sitemap using this plugin. It's very easy, and it will basically by default make sure all your posts get indexed, which as it is, WordPress does a great job of making sure your posts are indexed. You usually don't have to worry about it, and WordPress has a really good ping set in there, and I'm actually going to give you guys a ping list as well. Sociable is the other plugin. It's a social Web 2.0 plugin. We have not had a chance yet to really talk much about bookmarking. I've touched on OnlyWire and basically OnlyWire and how to do bookmarking that way, and how to do manual bookmarking with Dig. But Sociable and bookmarking is going to be covered next week as well. But with the Sociable plugin, it basically will enable other users to your website to bookmark your content, or it helps you as you're going through and bookmarking content, whatever the case might be. There's other Web 2.0 plugins out there. I personally like these 3. You guys might have your other opinions, and that's fine. I like these just for basic, getting started out of the box SEO. So what I'm going to show you here is how to go about and actually take these plugins and install them correctly. So I'm actually going to take just a moment and pause the screen and then open up a new window for you guys to take a look at. Okay guys, so what I've got up here on my screen is I've got FileZilla open, and FileZilla is called it's FTP client, which stands for File Transfer Protocol. I'm sure many of you are familiar with FTP by now, but if you're not, if you're just starting out, getting into the web stuff, you can do some research on FTP clients. I could give you more of an overview of that, but this is more of a traffic course than technical training at this point. But if you guys do have questions on how to use this, feel free to submit a support desk ticket. But I am going to show you live how to use this tool. It's a free FTP client. FileZilla is. I do almost everything free. I love the free applications. There's no use paying for something. I'd rather spend $70 putting towards a press release on PR Web than I would spending on another FTP client kind of deal. So this one's free. Type in FileZilla into Google and you will find the download page for it. So once you download FileZilla, you're just going to install it just like you would install Microsoft Word or any other program on your computer. You just download it, click on the executable file, go through the on-screen instructions, and it's set up. And what you're going to do then, once you're inside there, it's going to ask you for your host name, your username, your password, and your port. And all this data is typically going to be provided by your hosting company. I know, especially if you have HostGator is hosting your site, or Bluehost or one of them, they do a good job of emailing you your information or making it easily accessible. Typically, it'll be like the password you use to log into your cPanel control panel. If you are hosted with them, you'll know what I mean by cPanel. When you're logged into your cPanel, that's usually the password that works right here. So, but if you need to call them, I know HostGator, Bluehost have 24-hour support. Some other hosting companies have support tickets. You can submit to them and say, I need my FTP information. Can you help me with that? Most of this data could also be found inside your control panel, which most hosting companies should have under the FTP area. So you're just going to put in that information. And you should have downloaded at this point, downloaded the plugins that I actually am going to give you guys, or that you found online. You should have downloaded them to your actual computer. And what you're going to do then is they're going to come to you looking kind of like this. They're going to be, a zip file with a little zipper on it. And so you can just right click and choose extract all. And again, I just use what my computer gives me. There's no need to have a special extracting program or something. You don't even need WinZip. Contrary to popular demand, you can just right click and extract these files. And that's what I prefer to do, because again, it's free and I don't have to install software. So I just right click and choose extract all, and it extracts the plugin. So what you're going to do when it extracts them is sometimes it will, depending on where you download the plugin from, but it's going to actually give you the plugin. It might put the plugin to what's called, what I call a subfolder. So for example, like this plugin right here that I just did, notice how if I click here, notice how it brings up another folder, and puts it right there. You're going to want to actually take it out of the subfolder. So you're going to want to take this little folder and move it, so I just like to highlight it and I copy it, and I'll just move it out over here to this one. Copy and paste it out of there and replace that one. And the reason you do that is because WordPress typically won't read that internal folder. And so, so that's the best bet, especially with these three plugins, so that in case you run into that, that's what the issue is. And again, if you have questions on these plugins, just let me know. But once you've extracted the plugins, you're just going to log into your hosting account. So I'm going to go ahead and log in here. And we're going to go right on over to the website that we're working on, the Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractor site. So let's just jump right down here. And go ahead and choose WP-content. WP-content, that's the folder you're going to go for your WordPress. So you're going to go to WP-content, and you are going to choose plugins. Once you've selected plugins, you're going to notice I've already uploaded these three basic ones, but I'll show you the process just so you guys know how it works. Basically, you just take this. You want to just make sure that the files are all there. But you just highlight it. You can right click and choose upload. Or you could take this file and you could actually drag it, over here if you wanted to. That's another option. Or you could highlight using the control key, highlight whichever ones you want to upload. So notice how I just did that. Or you could just do control A, and that'll highlight all of them. And then you could right click and upload all of those if you wanted to. So that's an idea. I'm just going to take another one here and just plug it in. Google Analytics is another plugin you need, but as I'll cover next week, we're going to go into that a little more in depth. And you don't necessarily have to have their plugin. I actually find it's just as easy to copy and paste their code on there. But just so you guys see how it uploads, and then it gives you a little status thing down here. But once you've uploaded the plugin, you're ready to go. And the same thing will apply if you happen to download a WordPress theme. Just on kind of a side note, you're going to upload that to the themes folder. Whoops. So you're actually going to upload that to the themes folder by double clicking on themes. So that's how you go about doing that. And then I just hit that red X to clear out of there. And we're going to minimize this screen. And we're going to just jump right into the website now. So I'm going to go right on over here to the website. So you see on my screen now, I'm in the WP-admin is where I went to. So it's your website, wherever your blog is. So in most cases, it's yourwebsite.com/blog/WP-admin, depending on how you set up your blog. And you're just going to go there and you're just going to log in. Now, I'm using RoboForm. It really helps me speed up the process. It's a tool I recommend you guys get for a lot of this SEO and link building and submission type work. It really will help you out a ton. So go ahead, once you log in here, you're going to be looking for the plugins folder in particular. So in this example, I'm going to be looking for plugins over here on the left hand side. And what you're going to notice here is, let me just deactivate these for you guys so you guys see exactly how it's going to look for you. So okay, so you're over here and yours is going to say, recently active, or it'll just say, your plugin options when you first install them. And you're just going to choose activate your plugin. So just click on activate right there. It's very easy, very basic process. So what you're going to do, you first upload the plugins. If the plugins show up here, it means they were installed correctly. And then you just choose activate the plugins. And so that is that step. So you need to install and activate these 3 core plugins that I'm talking about. So the next step is you're going, and you guys kind of can sneak ahead there. So we're going to go right on to setting up your permalinks. So your permalinks is kind of how your URL structure is going to look. And that's an important search engine optimization factor. So I'm over here on WordPress, and here you can take a look at the back end here. The left side under settings is where you're going to go to do your permalink. So it's the left hand side is where you're going to do everything in WordPress 2.7, and you're going to choose permalinks. So in this case, I'm going to just select permalinks down here on the left hand side, and what you're going to choose is actually custom structure. Custom structure, and this is the exact string you're going to type in here. /% which you get by hitting shift and the number 5 key at the top of your keyboard. Type in the word post name, shift %, /, and then what you're going to do after that is choose save changes, and your permalinks are going to be set up correctly now. So again, it's /, it's custom structure, so it's settings on the left hand side, permalinks, custom structure, /, %, post name, %, /. And what this is going to do for you, it's going to make your links, so it's going to take actually the title of your post, and it's going to actually turn them into what's called a permalink. And it's really a good search engine friendly thing, because by default most of your posts will have your keyword in there, and it's just another thing. It just puts nice little dashes between each word, and it does a tremendous job of making your blog search engine friendly. So at this phase, you should have installed and activated the plugins and should have gone through with your permalink. So we're just going to go on to the next step here. So the next thing that you're going to do in this process is you want to set up what's called a ping list. So you want to set up so that every time you make a post, it will automatically do pinging for you. Now they automatically set up that site pingomatic.com that I was showing you. They automatically have that actually queued up. So whenever, I'm assuming that Pingomatic's the same way, but WordPress automatically has it queued up to where whenever you make a new post of any sort, it will automatically go out and ping that, ping the website so that it tells those blog and ping places that your site has been updated and modified. So they'll go in and update their little databases. And that helps you get spiders, activities to your site. It helps with indexing. I can make blog posts and with literally hours have that blog index, and sometimes minutes you can have new blog posts indexed using a nice ping list, which I do actually provide for you guys, a ping list. And so I'll show you how to set up your ping list. So what you're going to do right back over here under settings, you're going to choose writing, and then you're going to scroll down under writing to where it says update services, and you're going to see here it's going to say Pingomatic. And you would actually, if you want to, I've got a larger ping list, you could actually just take that ping list and just copy and paste it right in here in the update services area. So that's how another great way you can make WordPress 2.7 and WordPress search engine friendly. More search engine friendly because it helps get spider bots back to your site. It just helps get your, every time you submit, it will ping it to 10 or 12 different pinging sites that will then again ping it out to who knows how many sites. You get a lot of pings, a lot of activity on your site. And there's a list that I will provide for you that's a great list. All you're going to do with this list is take it and copy and paste it right in here, over this Ping-O-Matic URL. So you would just highlight this one or just delete it and then paste in whatever I have. And then when you're done with these changes, just choose Save Changes. So again, at this phase now, you should have gone in and set up your permalinks, installed and activated your plugins, and then the next thing you should have done is set up that ping list, fix the permalinks, and then there's one final step I'll show you here in a second. Okay, so the final step, and I'm just going to make you come back here to take a look at it, is to set up your all-in-one SEO plugin. This is and your other plugins. So you want to now set up your other plugins. So downloading them and installing them by uploading them, that's one thing. Now, if you're going to be doing several WordPress sites, I just like creating a folder called like WordPress plugins and themes, just so you know it. So then you can just automatically reference that folder and jump right in there. But basically, you want to set up your all-in-one SEO now. So what you're going to do that is go back to the blog. So I'm just going to head back there. And we're going to go back to the WordPress 2.7 view, and you're going to select under settings. You're actually going to see where it has your different blogs set up. So you're going to see all-in-one SEO right there. And in this case, what it's going to do is give you, it's going to tell you the home title. And this is where you type in your nice search engine friendly title tag, where you include your keywords there. And this is just for your home page. And then it's going to tell you your home description. So you're going to say, find a trusted Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, and that's like your meta description. And then you plug in your meta keywords. You only need to do this once, or unless you decide to update your title tags, you can go back in here. And, I just keep their default settings where it says post title format. I usually take off where it says blog title. So there's a little dash in the middle, or a up and down line in the middle. I'll take that out and just leave post title. And I'll do the same for page title. And so that means that the post title, or basically whatever's set inside there for the post, is going to be the title tag. Now, basically all-in-one SEO, and I'll show you in a second, whenever you're making posts, will enable you to create your own unique title tags at the bottom of your post. So go ahead and choose update options after that, because I just leave everything else the same, and that's easy enough. Now, still going on about all-in-one SEO, when you're adding your new content to WordPress, what you're going to see back here is back here when you make your post, you type in your post. So we'll just say test post, and you want to just say this is a test. So you put in your post, you copy and paste it however you do it. Put in your tags for your post. That's a good thing, search engine friendly thing to do. Whatever tags, keywords related to your post, put that in there. And then scroll down until you see, it say all-in-one SEO. Now, one thing you can do with WordPress 2.7 if you want to is you can actually take and grab this, and you could actually drag it up here so it's a little more accessible for you, which I would recommend doing because you're going to use it a lot. And then you just type in your title tag. So, for example, this title tag is test post, but if I wanted to make my title tag keyword rich, for something related to test post, so, this is a test, might be my keyword phrase. And I know that's a really poor example, so let's use something different like, weight loss tips. And so you kind of see the difference. And let's say that your post happens to do with, top 25 weight loss resources. Maybe that's your article. And top 25 type articles, like I mentioned last week, do really well. Any kind of top type article does a great job. But, so for example, top 25 weight loss resources may not be a searched for phrase, but weight loss tips might be better searched for. Weight loss resources, weight loss tips, weight loss information. So you guys get the idea. Using the AdWords keyword tool, you can identify the core keywords related to your article, use those in the title, create yourself a nice, solid, unique meta description, sell them on the click in that meta description and include that keyword. and then put in your keyword tag right there. And then that's where you have all-in-one SEO all set up. The final thing you're going to do then is go in and we're just going to navigate away from that page. Go right on over to settings again, and this time you're going to just choose sociable one more time. And inside sociable, you could actually set this up differently if you want to. Like for example, there's some different things inside sociable that people use, a little more frequently, that might relate to your site. So like if you have a business site, you might offer a LinkedIn option on there because that might help build some credibility that way. You might offer a Twitter option, so you just look around here for, Tumblr for twit this, so that's one I want to add. So I could just click on that because I want to add it. And then you could choose Save Changes. And notice how it brought that up there. And let's say that I want to get rid of Spin, which that one's actually good. Facebook, Dig. Let's say I want to get rid of Google. Their bookmarking tool isn't that great right now. I decide. So let's just plug that in. And let's say that we want to grab another popular one. Like let's say, let's just use live.com or MSN's logo, or let's use the LinkedIn logo. And Mr. Wong, he's a good one. There we go. So we'll use Mr. Wong and LinkedIn. Mr. Wong gives you a good, Mr. Wong's a good one to write back, because he does give you a good search engine friendly backlink to your site that they can follow, no problem. So there you go, Digs, Fin, Delicious. And then if you wanted to reorder these, you could certainly do that. So let's say that you want to drag this and reorder these. Excuse me. It is not letting me do that. But you should be able to drag and order those if you want to. But that's how you set up your sociable. And then the next thing with your Google XML sitemaps, you're just going to go over here to XML sitemap. And you just need to do this once, but it says the sitemap wasn't built yet. And it says click here to build it for the first time. I'm not going to do that because I don't have content on here. But that's how you set up your XML sitemaps. That's in the left-hand side under settings. And you can watch this video as many times as you need to go back through.
This is session 5 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, we're going to talk about social bookmarking for more traffic and Web 2.0 properties. The first part talking about Web 2.0 properties.
And let's just jump right into this. And there's actually one other little thing that I'm going to be showing you guys here that I didn't put on the intro slide, and that is how to check your website statistics. I thought this was a good part to kind of teach you how to do this and how to read your web stats, because at this point you could have and should have done some things where you can start seeing some results with your website traffic. So I'm going to give you guys the tools you can use to kind of check your web stats. So the first thing you want to do is here's a list of some programs you can use to check your website stats. The first one is called AW Stats, and Webalizer is another one, and then Google Analytics. And the good news for you is that all of these programs are actually free to use. So it doesn't cost you anything to use these programs. And what's so great about them, AW Stats and Webalizer actually come installed with your hosting account about 90% of the time if you're using a hosting company that's using cPanel, which in most cases your website host will, and that is if your website's hosted with Google, or excuse me, I'm sorry, not Google, with HostGator or Bluehost or something like IX Web Hosting. A lot of the major ones use cPanel. GoDaddy does not, by the way. That's one complaint I have with GoDaddy, is that with their hosting, they do make you pay a monthly fee if you want it. So for people on GoDaddy, I'd recommend you use Google Analytics. And if you are using, a site or a website hosting company that has cPanel, which has AW Stats and Webalizer, then I would still look at using Google Analytics, because it's kind of nice to be able to track your website statistics all around. So at least that way you can kind of get a rough idea as to all the different options you have for traffic. So and basically the core thing here is the web host offering cPanel give you stat tracking software that you need, and that's AW Stats and Webalizer. And some of the important stats that you want to look for are the unique visitors and the length of time they stay on your website. And those are some important things to look at, among other things. Those are the core things to look at. You will see typically with website things, people will talk about hits, oh, your website hits are up, or or website hits, and hits are really actually kind of meaningless when it comes to tracking website stats, and that's why the tool that GoDaddy gives you to track stats is pretty much worthless unless they've changed it since I last saw it in there. But they have a tool that tells you, basically how many hits you're getting. Well, basically what they count a hit as is let's say you have a squeeze or a website that has 5 images on it. Well, every time that page loads, they're going to count that as like 5 or 6 times, however many images you have. Every time it loads and calls a file, which when your websites load in the background, they're pulling up images and such. So every time it hits your server, that counts as a hit. And so hits are really inaccurate, because if you have a site with 100 images on it, little images or something, then there's 100 hits every time somebody pulls up the site. So hits are really pretty much inaccurate. The best things you want to be looking for are visitors and unique visitors. And unique visitors is most important just because a visitor, that could be somebody that comes to your site multiple times. So that's like, one person from the same household, or basically the same household in that basically it comes from the same household. So it's pretty much like one customer to your website. And also it's like if you go to your website, you probably hit your website every single day. And so that would count as a visit to your website, but it's not going to count as a unique visitor unless you've completely, cleared your cookies, which a lot of people don't. So, so that's something to keep in mind. So you want to make sure you're differentiating between unique visitors and regular visitors. And length of time on site, that's kind of an important stat to look at overall. And the main reason is just because the longer people stay on your site, the better results you're going to tend to receive. Now, in all examples, this isn't 100% true accurate, just because if you're using like a landing page, for example, like a squeeze page, where you have an opt-in box where people grab their name and email, you don't really want them to be on that page for 5 minutes because they're going to be thinking too long about filling out the form. But 90% of the time with your website, or you've got pages you're trying to sell people, you've got a sales page, a sales video, you might have materials about your company, your services, your products. You want people to stay, a good amount of time. And online, you usually have about 10 seconds to grab people's attention, So if you're seeing in your website stats that your average visitors are staying about a minute or two on your site, that's actually really good, because that means that gives them time to actually make, what you would say almost like an accurate decision about whether to buy or not from your company. And that really will help you, because what you want to watch for is people getting to your site and all of a sudden the stats showing you that within 30 seconds they're leaving your site or something, because it takes longer than 30 seconds to read a sales page. So you want to keep that in mind. You also want to try to see which pages they're leaving your website from as well. So I'm going to show you how to use some of these tools. And another thing you can do is look up the various keyword phrases that people are finding you for. So these website tracking tools will actually tell you that certain people are finding you for different keyword phrases. So it'll actually give you some ideas of some additional keyword phrases that you might consider targeting, because these are keywords that by accident you might be ranking for, by accident you're getting traffic from. And sometimes it's amazing because there are people that will browse through to page 6 and 16, and so you might see, wow, I'm getting a lot of visitors for this certain phrase. I bet, and I'm only on page 6 or something. So you think, okay, well, if I started optimizing a page and I created a blog post or an article around this keyword phrase, then that might rank pretty well for me. So you can go through your stats and start thinking of new pages to rank your site for. So that's how you can use and check your website stats. So here's a little bit about AW Stats and Webalizer. You want to make sure that you have selected to view stats for them in your cPanel, and so I'm going to show you how to set that up. And these are provided by your website hosting companies that offer cPanel. And AW Stats and Webalizer will vary quite a bit from each other, so keep that in mind as far as the numbers go. So typically the numbers are going to be, almost, one might say that you're getting 1,000 visitors a month, and the other one might say you're getting 2,000 a month. Like, it's that far off. But I like to use them as a gauge. It's kind of a trend almost to kind of see, okay, how's my traffic doing, or is the traffic increasing, is it decreasing? What kind of things are causing it. That's kind of the thing you want to look for with these tracking programs. So let's look at an example of each of these programs. So I'm going to log into a cPanel here really quick. So let me pull that up here. Okay, so I'm logging in here, and I'm going to make the screen live here in just a moment for everybody. Okay, so what you guys should see on my screen right now is me logging into my control panel. So you'll see here um, my website. I'm hosted with Bluehost. It's a great hosting company, and if any of you guys want to sign up with them, let me know. They have excellent deals. I've had no issues at all as far as bandwidth goes. I have a lot of domains with them. Yeah, I just have a lot of things going on with Bluehost. I have, all my downloads for all the different products and services I have. A lot of these are all hosted here with Bluehost, so I have a lot of content here, and the only cost is $7.95 a month. So I do like Bluehost a ton. So they are very, very good. So if you're looking for a web host, they might be one to consider. But they do have cPanel. HostGator accounts do. Most hosting companies have cPanel. So what you're going to do here is scroll on down to where it says log files, and you're going to just simply choose whichever one you want to use. So whether it's Webalizer or AW Stats. But first, when you first set it up, especially if you're with Bluehost, HostGator does it, might do it slightly different. But you want to make sure that you selected choose log programs. And you want to go down here and you want to find different, websites that, like here's a site of mine. And notice all these sites are going to have .countesspr.com because that's the main domain on my account. So don't worry about that though. If you see that in your account, that's all it is, just a little subdomain. How they set it up structurally wise, but it's the same thing as having your core domain. And that's why you just want to promote your core domain name. But you want to make sure that you have checked marked here inside, the box that tells you to choose your log program. So notice I just checked there because I want some of these websites, show up. I want to see what kind of traffic they are getting. So I can just click on a couple of those, and next thing we do is come right over here and you would just select. So just come right over here and then you're going to choose save changes. And if it's the first time you've done this, first time that you've saved these changes on the domain that you want to start tracking, so that might be something you want to do tonight. You're not going to be able to see the web stats for probably at least 48 to 72 hours. But if it's your default domain, which most cases, you might only have one domain, then it's going to automatically already have your first one there. Now keep in mind that what I'm showing you here is basically on the majority of website hosting companies. So if you do end up having issues with this, send me a support ticket. One of the best things you can do is actually call up your hosting company or send them a support ticket because they will be able to help you find the best web tracking program that they offer. But most your website hosting companies will provide cPanel, and if they do, they typically have these things installed. So here's Webalizer. It's the first one we're going to take a look at, and I'm just going to grab one of these sites here, one of the mini sites that I have, and we're going to just pull up the web stats here for you guys to take a look at. So inside Webalizer, I don't like Webalizer because it's not as nice to look at. I don't think. I think it kind of gives you a kind of a nasty view. But basically here with Webalizer is you can actually just click right here. Like these are stats. It looks like dating back. These are kind of old stats, but most of the time they're pretty updated. But notice, let's just look at May right here. And you'll notice here it'll tell you total hits, which again, that's useless. It tells me there's 106,000 hits. There was actually only, according to them, there was about 7,000 total visits of actual people that went to the site. Total pages. Now, page views is telling you how many pages people have viewed on your site. So if your website has maybe it's 10 page, you have a 10-page website, and the average person maybe looks at 3 pages on your site. So that each time they look at a new page, that's a page view. So that's a pretty important stat as well to look at. Now you're going to notice here when I get on to the next one, this one can be kind of hard to look at, but this one kind of tells you, the amount of website stats per day. So every single day it tells you how many hits, how much file usage. It just means how much, basically, how many different files they pulled from and all this stuff, like your images. So that these two you don't need to worry about, hits and files. Pages tells you how many pages it looked at. The yellow is the, like the unique visitors, and then you've got kilobytes of information that they've looked at. And it even gives you a breakdown of hourly usage, and this is all a free tool, so it kind of tells you, basically, what your traffic was looking like throughout the days, what kind of things were happening. So it tells you, on like, let's see here, and it's all on Army time here. So at 1500 hours, which would be like 3 o'clock Eastern, let's say, I was getting a lot of traffic at 1400 hours here, whatever, which is about 2 o'clock. That's when it looks like most of my traffic and things are taking place, just because. And you can track hits, like I don't record the numbers, but you can track hits to see how your web stats are doing. So basically gives you an idea of, okay, at this hour my site's most active. You can use that site as you will. Here is some other things you can track. The exit pages, this will tell you basically what pages that are the pages that people are leaving you from the most. So I see here that like my home page, and if it's just a / and that's all, that's actually just your home page. So that's all they're tracking there. But this will tell you, okay, a lot of people are leaving me from this page. Maybe I better do something about that. Here's a different way. Sites that are referring to here. You're going to see a lot of things that might look kind of funky in here, so I don't really worry about that. Those are sites that just different people's IP addresses and things like that. Here's the 250 of 381 referring sites. A lot of these would be referring URLs within your site because they're finding things within your site. You see here Google search, you see some other stats show up, MSN search, Ask search, some different things. Kind of gives you a rough idea there. Top 20 search strings. So this tells me anaerobic threshold, that's a big keyword phrase. Weight loss articles is a big keyword phrase. Stomach bulge, how to lose 10 pounds in a month. This is a weight loss site. Weight loss encouragement. So these are all keyword phrases that people are finding my site for. So if I go back and I were to type in these phrases and say, that's interesting, I'm getting a lot of traffic for this phrase, but my site's not ranked very well for it. Well, that means that I would go back and create a page around that keyword phrase. I would do some marketing, video marketing, some Web 2.0 properties, all the stuff I'm going to teach you here, just because that's going to really kind of give you, kickstart in the right direction, because there's actually traffic for these keyword phrases. And if you're not ranked well, just imagine until you're ranked well what would happen. So that's how you can use that tool. This tool tells you, what kind of browser most of the people are using, or down here it shows you. This one actually shows you countries, so you can look at countries. And so this is just your basic overview of Webalizer. It gives you just some basic stats. Most of your data is right here, and then you could narrow it down further, by your daily usage and how that went. So that is Webalizer and how you use that program. So let's go back here and go back to your cPanel, and you're going to be looking right in the same area for where you found Webalizer. You're going to be looking for AW stats. And we're going to kind of see, hopefully, how different some of these web stats actually are. So there is AW stats, and let's just click on this, and let's see here, let's pull down to, we were looking at May 2008, so let's look at that for this site. And notice here they're telling me that I actually had almost 4,000 unique visitors. The other one was telling me I had almost 7,000 some. So you see how different they are. And so basically, one of the best things you can do if you really feel like you want to get a number, average the two together, might be the best bet for you. I really couldn't tell you exactly which one's more accurate. I know that question's probably going through your mind. Honestly, the main thing you want to be doing is tracking, are my web stats increasing? You want to see some increases going on. Now, this site's showing a little decline, so I need to do actually a lot of work on this. I haven't done any work on it since back in May, and then that's when things were high. So this tells you basically your unique visitors. This one's a lot easier to read. I personally prefer looking at Webalizer stats or AW stats, how they lay it out, because it's just so much cleaner and it's a little easier to follow. This tells you number of visitors by day. So each day of that month, there are 200 visitors on this day, on down. So it tells you the average visitors per day. They just have it laid out really, really clear, and they give you more data, I feel like, than the other ones. This one also tells you, on each day what kind of your average visitors were, and this one kind of shows me that it's pretty average throughout the week, and it tends to tail off on the weekend, which is pretty normal. Hours of the day, just like the other one, tells you what kind of your traffic looks like. It's fairly stable throughout the day, mostly in the midday. US is most of my traffic. That's not a shock. So this just kind of takes you down through there. This tells you visits duration. Notice this stat here, 0 to 30 seconds. So this would be a site that I would be like, wow, I need to improve that, because there is people leaving the site fast. So I need to do something that would get them to stay longer. And I do need to work on a redesign for the site, because I probably could tell you exactly why they're leaving. So this is a good indicator as to why people, what you need to be looking for is, okay, a lot of my visitors are leaving quickly. And so again, this is one of those free tools that cPanel offers. This tells you what's kind of interesting is some of these URLs actually match up almost identical to what the other one was as far as URLs that get the most traffic. One tool I really like to see though is the referring sites. That's a great tool. They tell you kind of where your traffic's going from, and then referring search engines kind of tells you where your search engine traffic's going from. Most of my search engine traffic is Google by about 91%. So if you can see that, how big Google is in the scheme of things. Yahoo's not even on the map, even though I rank for that. In Yahoo, Google is just dominating for this site. So, you definitely want to focus most of your attention on Google anyways. Search key phrases will tell you some different keywords that people are finding you for. So here's kind of some interesting: unbalanced diet, anaerobic threshold, weight loss articles, lose 10 pounds in 1 month. So these are kind of similar articles to what people were finding me before. So there's a whole slew of potential keyword phrases, and this number tells you how many people found you each and every month. Or basically each and every month, how many people came to your site for this keyword. So 215 people came to my site for the word unbalanced diet. So that would tell me, okay, maybe I should focus some things on that core keyword phrase. So these tools are active. If you have questions using them, let me know. Your web host might be the best as far as helping you making sure that it's set up on your server. So it's AWStats and Webalizer, and those are the best ones that you can go ahead and use. So I'm going to go ahead and log out of my cPanel here, and we're going to jump on over to Google Analytics, and I'm going to show you guys how to set up a Google Analytics account. So it's just google.com/analytics. But let's, in the meantime, jump over to the presentation here. So we're back here in the presentation here, and this is the URL again, google.com/analytics. And this is a free website statistic tracking program that you can use with any site. I personally recommend that you use this in conjunction with your other tracking programs that your hosting company provides. Especially if you're on GoDaddy, I would highly recommend you use Google Analytics because there's no need to pay for their upgrade. The stats will vary from the other programs as well, so keep that in mind. So, just be prepared for that your stats will be quite a bit different. All you do with this is you simply add a line of code to your website, and I'll show you how to get that code, and it's a very clean and user-friendly interface for you, so it's very simple to use. So let me show you an example of this, of Google Analytics. Okay, so when you first want to set up your Google Analytics account, I'm going to show you how to set up your account, and then we'll get on with our presentation here. So first thing you want to do is choose Access Analytics, and you just want to log in with your Google account if you already have one. So I'm just going to sign in here. And what you're going to do inside here is you're going to go ahead and set up a new account. So for this example, we want to set up a new page. So I'm going to go right over here to where it says My Analytics Accounts. This account I just deleted. It was a test blog I had. So you can just go right over here down the right side and choose Create New Account. When you first log in, it's going to ask you to create your new account. So you want to go right here and choose Sign Up for Google Analytics. And website's URL, very self-explanatory, www.yourwebsite.com. I'm going to use the Tulsa Chiropractor site as the example here. Account name, I just leave it at the domain name. Time zone, you can set it to where you are located. I'm on Central Time. You can set it to whatever time zone you happen to be on, or whichever one works best. Most of the time it might be Eastern, Central, Pacific, whatever works best for you, so you kind of know when the day's ending on these statistical reports. So that's kind of a cool feature. This is, again, basic information: your last name, your first name, and your phone number. And then please select the country. That's self-explanatory. And then go ahead and choose Create Account. I've gone through their terms of service before, but when you're first there, you might want to read through that. Choose Yes, I agree, and then select Create New Account. And once you've created your new account, what you're going to get is this really nasty looking code. So before you panic and throw your arms up in the air, it's really actually very basic to install this. So what you need to do is just click your mouse one time on there. So you just click your mouse one time, right click, and choose copy. So click your mouse one time, right click, and choose copy. So again, I clicked my mouse once, I right clicked, and I did copy. And now you're going to go right back over here to wherever your website is hosted. So in this example, I've got this website hosted with WordPress. So I'm going to go right on over to WordPress, and I'm just going to simply log into WordPress here. And this would be slightly different if your website, is just a static HTML site, which a lot of sites are, and that's okay if they are. So if you have just a static type HTML website, then that's how you're going to, you're going to access it with like Microsoft Expressions Web Design or Dreamweaver or something of that nature. But it's going to be the same thing. You're going to do all this stuff that I'm showing you here inside what's called the code view, inside the code view. WordPress makes it very, very convenient. They do have a plugin for it, but I personally like to just do it manually because I've had issues with getting their plugin to go in correctly. So I just do it the old-fashioned way, and it's very easy. So all you do is come right down here and you choose Appearance, and you choose Editor. And what you're going to look for is footer. And when you're actually doing this in your own HTML code, you're going to be looking for the footer of the code. So you're going to be looking for like the code that comes up right before the body tag ends. So you notice here where the body tag is actually going to be ending. Notice that. And what you're going to do here is you want to just install your Google Analytics code right in here. So you want to highlight right here. So highlight your Google Analytics. So I've already got it kind of installed here, but let's just show you the example here. You can just highlight it and copy and paste it. So you're just going to copy and paste it directly before the caret to the left and the body tag. So just copy and paste it right in there and then choose Update File. And that's how you do it on WordPress. It's going to be the exact same thing. You're going to go into the code view of your static HTML site. So it's going to be the code view of your web editor. Or you could also outsource this or submit a support ticket if you are running into problems. But you're going to just go right until you see the body. There's always going to be a closed body tag, or in most there should be, on your website. And right before it, you're going to paste in your Google Analytics. And then you're going to just save that file and re-upload it to your server. Now, if you're using a static HTML site, and you happen to have, when I say static HTML site, I mean like a site that is not built on WordPress, so it's a site you manually go in and edit, which is fine. Those sites do great. So I'm not knocking those sites or anything. I'm just showing you as an example with WordPress. But if you are using a site like that and you don't have what's called an includes file, and if you have to ask what that is, chances are you don't have one. So just assume you don't have it. And what you're going to have to do is go to all the pages of your website, and you're going to have to manually copy and paste in the Google Analytics code. And the reason you're doing that is because Google Analytics will read all the pages on your site that code is installed on, and you want them to be able to read that kind of information. So, the only pages you may not have it on there would be like your download pages. You don't really need to be tracking stats there, but your sales page, your article pages, and all that. Now, if you're using WordPress, you just do it one time and it automatically goes in the footer because they have what's called the includes file. So that HTML code that I just did is included on every single page. So without getting further into HTML things, but that's how you go ahead and do Google Analytics. So it's very simple. And once you've installed the code, you just choose Finish. And it's going to load the page here. And basically you just come right over here to where it says status, and the tracking's unknown, and then I would check back and give it a few minutes and then check and make sure that the web stat is uploaded correctly. So now you can go ahead and log out of your Google Analytics account, and let's just go right back over here to the presentation. So we're going to now start picking right back up here and talk about social bookmarking, a little bit about social bookmarking and what it is and how it works for you. So the first thing we're going to do is talk a little bit about social bookmarking, then I'll show you some examples. So basically, social bookmarking is a method for you to share, store, and organize websites, stories, or things online that you appreciate. This would also include things like articles, videos, on video hosting sites, whatever it is. It's a method for you to share it. It's a method for people. It's a social thing where people can share things. Well, in this example, we're using these social bookmarking sites as a marketing tool as well. So this is how you use them. So it's more of a way to share your favorite websites with the world, which in most cases is going to be your own sites, your own articles, and things like that, typically. Social bookmarking websites get a lot of traffic, so that's why they're great to use, because they are, pretty high authority websites. Most of them are. They get a lot of traffic, so they're good to use that way. And submitting to these websites helps you build backlinks and exposure for your own website. And even if it doesn't give you a direct backlink, which Digg doesn't give you a direct backlink like it used to. But what it does is it gives you exposure, it gives you more exposure. And what I found with Digg and some of these other sites is if you use your core keyword phrases when submitting to them, most of the time your site could actually start ranking high in the search engines for the particular keyword phrases that you're trying to rank for. So that actual page on Digg, because when you dig something or you socially bookmark something, most of the time they create a separate page for that particular bookmarking action that you just did. So what that means is that they are automatically creating new pages. Like some of these sites have literally millions of new pages because they automatically generate a new page as you do your dig on it. And what happens is that these pages will oftentimes show up in the search results. So it's kind of like what we talked about with the article marketing and how you can leverage that with your keywords. Same thing with the press release marketing. And now we're talking about social bookmarking, and later on in this presentation we'll talk about Web 2.0 properties. So all these things are geared towards not only getting your site ranked, but also helping you index new content, but also help additional places for additional exposure, because it's all about getting more exposure. If if you only have your website, if you're only relying on just getting SEO done on just your website, then there's only one really main area where people can find you, and that's through Google and hopefully just to your website. Well, it'd be nice if you could have multiple avenues where people can funnel through to your website, and that's really the goal of social bookmarking, along with helping to mass promote your new content as you add it. So here's some social bookmarking tips. You want to bookmark both your home page and your internal pages as well. You will also bookmark your blog page and other Web 2.0 properties like Squidoo pages or online videos. And so those would be things like you create an online video, which we'll cover next week or next lesson. And in that lesson, after you've created your video, you would go back and bookmark that video, or you would bookmark the Squidoo page, which I'm going to show you how to make here in a bit. Or maybe it's your own website, or it's your own blog, or whatever it is. It's your squeeze page, whatever it might be. You can bookmark that. You want to use your keyword phrases as the title for your bookmark. And as you'll see in a moment, when you do a bookmark, they will ask for your core keyword phrases. So you want to keep that in mind. You might consider setting up several social bookmarking profiles as well with each website. So basically, you might consider setting up several bookmarking profiles. So that means there's literally hundreds of these sites, but there's a core 30 to 50 that are really good to submit to. So one thing you want to do is you want to consider setting up several social bookmarking profiles. So that means you have several accounts created for each one of these sites, and you want to just use like a spreadsheet to kind of keep track of the different logins for each and every one. And inside your hosting company, you can actually create multiple multiple email addresses that you can use to sign up for these. You could also create multiple Google Gmail accounts and whatnot. And so, but you do want to try to have several profiles, just because that can kind of help you spread things out among your websites and your bookmarking. And you want to also occasionally bookmark other pages as well, especially other pages that are related to your niche, because that will kind of show these bookmarking sites that you are interested in the subject of weight loss, for example. So you bookmark other weight loss sites, and it just so happens your site and maybe YouTube video that you've done, a few other things happen to be in that mix too. So that's kind of some good tips for social bookmarking. And you want to definitely use some tools to automate the process. But here's some preparation. And some of those tools, I'm actually going to show you two of those social bookmarking tools right here. You want to come up with the following before you start bookmarking, and you want to place this into a notepad file. The first thing you want to use is come up with the title that you are going to use for your bookmarks. In this case, it's going to be the core keyword phrase that you happen to be trying to go after. So, for example, let's say I'm trying to go after the keyword phrase let's say it's weight loss articles, for example. So the title of my bookmark would be weight loss articles. And so that would be the title. That's my core keyword phrase. That's what I'm going to submit to the social bookmarking sites as my title. So you want to get out like a text pad editor or notepad editor and write this down. And the reason is just because it's easier to copy and paste from these kind of sites. So that's the title you're going to use. Then next you want to have a short description. So a short description of 1 or 2 sentences talking in detail about, basically about what your website is. So it could be 1 sentence to 3 sentences talking about what your website is and why they should check out that site. And in the description, try not to be over hypey and pitchy because that's not going to attract a lot of people. But just try to include your core keyword phrase in the description once or twice. Make it flow, make it be easy to read, and make it somewhat interesting as to why they might want to see your site. So the description is very basic. It could be as simple as check out these great weight loss articles that I found. Something like that. The next thing is your keywords and tags. And in this little area, a lot of these will either ask for keywords or tags. Most of them are going to ask for tags. And tags are pretty much the same thing as keyword phrases. So you come up with keyword phrases related to the niche, related to the website that you are promoting. So again, weight loss articles, weight loss. I like to use the title and the main keyword that I'm going after as one of the keywords, just because it gets it on that page. Additionally, another time, because they oftentimes display their tags there. So you want to try to use your core keyword phrase once in your keywords and tags. And you want to also come up with additional keywords inside your niche. And you don't have to come up with a lot. I typically don't come up with more than 5 keyword phrases, and a phrase would be 2 or 3 words in length. And then you obviously want to put in your URL into this sheet. And the reason I'm having you create this is because it's going to make your life much easier when you start going in and bookmarking these sites, because you're just going to be copying and pasting. So okay, title, okay, boom. Description, boom. Keywords, boom. URL, boom. Got it done. So that's really what it's going to do. It's going to really speed up the process. So one thing, as far as preparation goes, is you want to go over to socialmarketing.com and sign up for the sites you see on the page after you put in your title and URL. So I'm going to show you how that works here in a moment. But let me jump back here and show you another site. Socialmarker.com has another list of sites, and Social Marketing, like I said, has more. And then onlywire.com has a list of sites, but it also helps you automate the process. And then here's another couple of social bookmarking sites to consider. So I'm going to come back to this slide here, so don't worry about writing this too fast. I'm going to actually show you right now live how you guys can go ahead and start bookmarking. So let's just jump right over here, and I'm going to pull up one of the first sites. I'm going to pull up here is actually socialmarker.com. Then I'm going to pull up another site called socialmarketing.com. Okay, so right up here on my site is socialmarker.com. That is just SOCIAL marker.com, just like you see on your screen here. And basically what socialmarker.com is, they do have a tool that kind of helps you automate the social bookmarking process a little bit to 160 bookmarking sites. So they do help you automate the process a little bit. So now I tend to like Social Marketing Service a little bit better. I know some people might disagree there, but I like how Social Marketing does it. But what I like about Social Marker is that in a nice clear area they give you a variety of different websites to check out. And I typically go with all these sites, but you notice here if you go to their icons, you can actually click on each one of their logos here, and you could actually go right on over to the website and actually do a bookmark of it. So just so you guys know how basically the social bookmarking process works, I'm going to show you how that functions. So I'm over here on a site called propeller.com. It's one of the sites that I clicked on from Social Marker. And what I want to point out to you is you want to try to set up an account with each and every one of these. Obviously, you guys could avoid Twitter because that's not really a platform for social bookmarking. Technorati's one you guys could avoid as well. So Technorati and Twitter you could kind of do without for this process. The other ones you could go ahead and set up accounts with each and every one of these. So all you're doing is just clicking on the logo, going through the process, choosing register, and you just basically are putting in your your name, your email, and make sure that I like to have like a spreadsheet open so you're recording all these usernames and passwords so you know exactly where you can go to find all these various passwords. And I like what they offer, here on Social Marker as far as giving you a good glimpse of all these sites. They have some options too where they say, just the best sites, just the best social bookmarking sites, and they bring them all to the top. That's kind of up to them because I still like a lot of these other ones. They also have one that says do follow, and these are sites that only, pass a direct link onto your website. So those are ones that you could consider as well if you were just trying to do this from a link building, perspective. So you could just sign up for those ones. But I like to do them all just because Propeller, Dig, Delicious, Reddit, all those are really high traffic and high authority, so they rank well. So I like to do them all. Same concept as with article marketing, press release marketing. The more you do, the more results that you're going to get, and the more beneficial that it is going to be for you. So let me just jump back here to propeller.com, and I'm going to kind of go through the steps here of submitting a site. So we're going to go right over here to where it says submit. Most social bookmarking sites will say submit news or submit information, and whatever the case might be. So I'm going to first sign into my account though. So let me go ahead and do that really quick. Okay, so I'm all signed in here, and it's going to ask me to enter my URL of my story or website. So in this case, I'm going to input my website. And some of these sites will let you only submit an article of your website. So instead of typing in your whole website, you might put in your website with an article attached to it. So if you get a notice that they don't like that, go ahead and you can go back and fix that. But here it is, story title. They will pull from your title tags. So if you've done a good job with your title tags, you should be actually be in fairly good shape. I always like to test it, but if you don't like what they give you, just go right over here and type that in. But I'm going to just stick with what they've given me here. That's great. So what you can do here under story description is type in basically something about your website. So find a great variety of Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. And again, this would apply to your niche, whatever it is, your keyword phrase up there. Whether you're a small business, you're trying to rank for, Chicago, Illinois bakery, same exact steps that you're going to follow here. So here's, just the thing. Find a great variety of Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors that are reputable and ready to work with you. We're ready to help you. There we go. So there's my description. If I was doing this right, I would have copied and pasted all this into a notepad file. But here, user tags, sometimes it will pull off those, so that's good. So you could try Tulsa, chiropractors Tulsa. You could try Oklahoma chiropractors. So yours would be, like bird watching, weight loss, whatever your niche is, goes right there. Story category. This is going to be more of a health type news because it's related to chiropractors. Could be business because it's about business as well. And then you just choose preview story and you make sure everything looks okay. So I'm going to just look at this and then I'm going to choose approve and submit. And the reason I like Propeller is they're not going to pass a direct on link directly to your site, but what they're going to do is actually this site gets a pile of traffic and they rank well in the search engines for their various keyword phrases, and so they do a fabulous job of it. So I personally like using them, when bookmarking. So here, when your bookmark is done, this is what it looks like. So Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, find a Tulsa chiropractor today. So it has my core keyword phrases up there. And if you click right there to read the full story, it would take them directly over to my website in a new window so they could take a look at what I have to offer there. So there's the website. So, so there's that. There's how that functions. So now you can just, sign out of that and go on to your next site. So it's really easy, especially you can see if you've copied and pasted the data. Shouldn't take you very long on each and every website. I'm going to show you Dig one, as just another example here because they're all kind of different, but they're very much the same. Dig.com is going to function in a very similar fashion. You're just going to, first log into your account or choose join since it might be your first time there. And so we're just going to log in here. And then you would just choose submit new. And so we could come over here and we could find an article that we are going to submit. Let's just go over to my blog here and grab an article that looks good. Okay, so this article looks good to me. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this. I don't think I've I might have already submitted it to them, so they will let me know. You just notice their URL there. Whoops. So you just enter the URL. News and articles most of the time is what it's going to be, or video. In this case, I'm actually got 2 links to videos that they could actually watch. And if it's like a YouTube link, obviously that would be a video as well. So it's digging through my submission for a title. I would come up with the keyword phrase. So my keyword phrase is, niche research, find a profitable niche market. And then you just plug in your description. Learn how to find a good, profitable niche market in these 2 short and powerful videos. Okay, so I'm going to just modify that a little bit. And then you choose your category. So it sometimes will pull a picture from your site. Most of the time, if they don't apply to your thing, just choose no thumbnail. And then choose your topic. So in this case, it's business and finance. And it's going to say, preview of what it's going to look like. So I'm just put in the keywords that they have there. And now they're checking for duplicates. Now Digg sometimes won't ask, does not ask for tags, but some of them will. So keep that in mind. This time it's going to say, okay, it looks like something else. So I'm going to just say it's totally original because it is. I have not submitted this yet. And so you just scroll down to the bottom and there it is. So it's all queued up now. So now if I were to click on it, it would open up in a new tab, in a new window. And there it is. So now, they're on my website. So that is how, and that actual Digg page itself can actually rank within the search engines. So you would see somebody typed in, free niche research or niche research videos, they might come across this actual Digg page, which would link them right into my site. So that's kind of how the power of social bookmarking works. That's why it's one of the avenues that I really, really appreciate and like to use online. So that's how you use those tools. Now let's talk a little bit about the automation process here. So we're over here, and I've mentioned social marketing already. But what's great about them, let's just type in here our core keyword phrase. So Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. And you want to just choose bookmark this. So when you're first starting out there, just choose the bookmark this. And that's what I meant when I said put in your username and your title. And what's going to happen here is it's going to actually bring up a list of various social bookmarking websites, and they rank them by what they consider the top sites, and then a whole list of other sites. And so you can go to socialmarketing.com to find a huge list of other websites to consider submitting to. So you can just open up these projects or open up these sites, follow the instructions, and go through and set up your account. So but notice what it did when I actually clicked on that link right there. This is one of those tools that kind of helps you automate the process. Notice how it pre-filled my title and my URL, and then you can just copy and paste your description in there if you wanted to. So that's how that would function. So if you find another one that you want to submit to, so let's say we're going to use Furl maybe. So you would just need to sign into your account. And I may have clicked on the wrong one. Okay. And sometimes these companies merge here and there, so that's something to keep in mind too. So when that happens, sometimes these automatic tools, which I'm glad that happened because it looks like Furl is redirecting over to Diigo.com, which is similar to Digg. Mr. Wong is another one that works well. So all these sites work really, really great. So it kind of gives you an idea of where to find the top ones. I've already actually submitted this site, so this actually already has been submitted. But all you would do is just log in, and it would pre-fill with your name and email. And Social Marker works very similar, where you put in your title, your link, your text, and your tags. This one, sometimes it's a little buggy, I'll be honest, but it does work fairly well. And you can go through here and quickly just click on each one of these, or basically not click through, but put in your information there and then move on to where it says submit, and then it will just take you through the process of submitting it to these various social bookmarking sites that you have checked here. So that's how you would use socialmarker.com to find social bookmarking sites, and then you can use social marking to find a few more. And I really like the list that Social Marker has made available. So the other tool that I wanted to discuss with you is onlywire.com. I've touched on it previously, but I just want to show you a live example here on how to use it. So you go right over here to onlywire.com, and this tool is really great because it will actually automatically submit for you. But what you're going to do here is go and choose sign up when it's your first time there. And it will take just a moment here. So you're just going to sign up with your username, with your password, and with your email address, and just put in that information. And you want to choose the free promote option. So you do not want to do the paid option unless you feel like paying. But the free promote option is very simple. It's basically you just copying and pasting a code onto your site that would basically make your basically all it's going to do is you just need to add a line of code, just like I did with Google Analytics, to the footer of your website, to somewhere on your website, so that the bookmark and share icon like this displays. And it actually can be beneficial because people can go to your site and potentially bookmark and share. So then read through the terms and conditions and then choose Start OnlyWire. And so I'm going to just log in though because I already have an account with them. So we're just going to go over here to log in, which is what you would do when you come back to them. And so I'm going to just log in here to my account, and I'm using Internet Explorer for this example just so you guys are aware. Okay, so what you're going to do here is go right on over to set up your bookmarking sites. So when you first log in, and what you're going to find here is a huge list, or a good sized list, of social bookmarking sites to consider submitting to. And so it gives you an opportunity to put in your username right here and your password. So that's my username right there, is Fast Cash Accounts. And if you don't have accounts with these sites, you would just click right there, and it's going to, for some reason, open up in two windows. It's just how they set it up, but you only need the one window open. So it's taking me over here to Bebo.com, and I would just choose, when you're ready to set up your account, just go through the steps to setting up your new account, which is, right here, sign up now. So put in your full name, your email, your password, and your date of birth. So I'm going to just do that right here because they just added that to that site. So let's just do that. Okay, so we're just plugging in the information here. And I just had a birthday just last weekend. So, alright, so we're just going to plug in the information. You can do what you want on the age, and then choose sign up now. And I usually skip this next process. Most of them will try to get you to invite your friends. This is the basics, information about who you are and what you do. And if they give you a chance to have a website, I would try to put it in there if you can. But that's just me, so try to put in your website if you can at all possible. And then just choose save, and you can always change your profile later. Okay, so I've now set up my account with them. And what you would do then is just go right on back to log in, which is going to be your username or your email address. So there's my username that they gave me. They automatically send me an email address, and you're just going to put in that username, whichever one, either they give it to you or you set it up, and then you put in your password. So there's my password, very basic. And when you hit save, it's going to make these all ... So So after you've set that up, just hit save my logins. So it says your login information has been changed. So what you want to do then, again, with social bookmarking is go in and set up with each and every one of these. And again, once you're logged into, you're going to go over here to where it says my account, and you want to make sure the free promote option is checked again. And what you want to do, it's going to say add the following HTML code to your website. So you're just going to right click and copy that code, and you're actually going to go to your WordPress site or the code view of your HTML site, and you're going to just copy and paste that in there. And again, if you have questions with that, let me know. Don't let that hold you up. But after you've put it in there to your site, you're just going to type in the URL of wherever you placed it, and you're going to choose click to check the status. And so I'll show you guys how that looks, how the code will show up once it's actually on your site, just so you know what to look for. So there it is right here in the footer. The bookmark and share icon is showing up right there, and you should see this little green check mark that says completed, and once you see that, you should be in good shape. And then just choose update my account after you've read the terms of service, and that will make you a free a free account there. So let's just scroll up here and go back over here to your username, which is how you get to the management section of things. And so at this point, you should have set up your bookmarking sites in there, and you should have set up your account to make sure it's on the free option. And now you want to choose for your web browser. So what you're going to do here is, if you happen to be using Internet Explorer, what you're going to do is just simply right click on the button and choose add to favorites. And I already have it in my favorites, so I just right clicked on it and I chose add to favorites. If you're using Mozilla Firefox, you're actually going to take this icon and you would drag it to the top bar here. So notice how I clicked here and I dragged it up here, because Firefox has what's called like a bookmarking toolbar, so you could actually take it and drag it up there. And so at this point then, the next step, what happens here is you're going to go, when you're ready to use OnlyWire, you're going to go find a post that you are interested in bookmarking. So let's just go back to the post that I just wanted to bookmark on my site here. And what I'm going to choose here, I'm using Internet Explorer for this example, is I just choose the favorites here, and I'm going to just scroll down, and it's going to say bookmark and share. So I just click on that. So notice I just went to my favorites, I chose bookmark and share, and now I just simply log into my accounts and I choose sign in. What I'm going to do here is it's going to have all these different accounts checked right here. Okay, so all these accounts are checked, and I'm going to just put in my tag. I'm going to put in my notes, so okay. Notice there's my short description, and if I had already copied and pasted this beforehand, it would have gone a lot quicker, so that's why I recommend you do that. And then simply choose bookmark this page. And what's going to happen, it's going to go through the process, and it just bookmarked my site to several sites all at once. And so it's going to take you, just a few moments once all these accounts are set up, to when you add new content, to when you want to bookmark a new video, to when you want to bookmark a new press release. You notice how fast it can kind of make this thing work for you. And when you log into your account, it's going to see, so notice right here, it's telling me that it's already been submitted to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sites really quickly. And if I were to refresh that, notice it shows up a few more. Now what happens here though, is some of these sites are going to say to finalize the submission, and they want to take you through another step. So as an example here, let's just choose this one right here, one of the ones that said finalize. Now some of these are going to show up as failures, and even if your username and password are correct, they're going to fail from time to time for whatever reason. That site server's down, OnlyWire's having a hard time logging in. There's a good chance it could be your login details, so you might check that. But oftentimes you will get failure rates. Sometimes the same site will fail over and over. If that happens, I just check that account, and make sure you have your username and password right. But sometimes it'll be one site one time, and the next time another site. So if you find one that keeps failing, you might go back and manually submit that. So keep that in mind. It is going to happen from time to time. These tools are free, just like any kind of software and web type program. They are not. They are human, and they will make errors from time to time. The humans created them, not the programs are human, but you get the idea. So notice here it took from my, it already pre-filled with all the information I already gave them. They just want me to go through more of a manual process to get it there, but they make it very, very easy to do. So let's just choose submit, and let's make sure that internet is selected as well. Okay, so there's my categories. Now I just choose submit if I want to. And it's going through the process of submitting that, so it actually has been now submitted. And that was just by simply clicking on that little icon that asked me to finalize the link. So notice here, I've got some accounts that I should probably go in and take a look at because they keep failing throughout. But notice now that says success, so I would go back to Dig, and I've already done this video to Dig today, so we don't need to worry about that. We go through and choose, finalize if you have not already submitted there. So finalize will get you through the rest of the way. So now if I were to refresh again, notice here it'll pull in any more sites if any more of them have been submitted. So you're going to now see exactly how easy and simple that is. So now the next time you're ready to bookmark, you just either go to your top bar up here if you're in Firefox and click on it, or you go to your favorite tools. So that is step by step how you use the OnlyWire feature. So the next thing that we're going to do is move on to Web 2.0 properties, and we're going to spend about 30 minutes on that and then open up the lines for some more questions and answers. So let me just jump right back here to the presentation here for you guys. Here's a list of social bookmarking sites again, so you guys get these down. Let me make sure I have these. I'm going to pause for a moment and get a quick drink and let you guys get a break from writing, but here are the URLs you guys can write down. And these 4 sites here: Dig, Propeller, Mix, Reddit. Another one I should have added here was Delicious. That's another really good site. That's good as well. But here's a few more social bookmarking strategies before I jump right into Web 2.0 properties for you. Again, you might consider setting up multiple social bookmarking profiles, and that's just because you want to be doing a lot of bookmarking, like as you add new articles and things like that, like I'll talk about. You might ask friends to bookmark pages for you, and maybe you do the same thing for them. So kind of I help you, you help me, that kind of thing. It kind of helps, makes bookmarking look slightly more accurate in things, or more a little more kosher, because you're not just bookmarking all your own sites, so you might filter in some different sites as well into your account. Same thing is you want to also bookmark other sites as well. Maybe email your list if you happen to have a mailing list. Say, hey, I just wrote this great new article. If you like it, share it with your friends by bookmarking or something like that. Real casual. Don't ask them to. One thing to not do is don't do a competition. I've made that mistake. Learned my lesson. It was in the terms. I guess I violated them. But don't do a competition where you say, well, for everybody that bookmarks this, I'm going to give you a free PDF or a free report or a free consultation or whatever, because that's going to a surefire way to get you in trouble. So, but basically you can ask people to, because sometimes what happens with these bookmarking sites is people will vote on them. And so the more votes they get, the higher they will rank within those high traffic social bookmarking sites, which can be good for you. And some article ideas that do well as far as this kind of format goes, just kind of a natural flow as far as a lot of people voting up content, is things like, top 10 list, top 50 list, top 25 list. Those things kind of look like people put a lot of effort into it. If you can even do like an odd number, like 76 ways to earn money online, that might grab people's attention. Things like that. You can come up with some ideas there. Bookmark videos you submit, things like press releases, videos again, articles, and new blog posts, articles that you submitted to sites like Ezine Articles and Article Dashboard and stuff like that. Dig.com and a few other bookmarking sites won't accept Ezine Articles links just because they've been spammed. So you might consider, okay, so I've submitted my site to Go Articles, so I'll submit my link from goarticles.com, as well. So But set up multiple profiles and do a lot of bookmarking because it can be really effective for you as far as getting the fresh content indexed really quick, as far as getting you more exposure. It can build a few links into different things, but it's also just another exposure tactic. That's really the core element there. And so when you have new keyword phrases to target and go after, do an additional bookmark. Bookmarking helps build backlinks exposure and helps get your new content indexed quickly. And building links to article, video sites, and Web 2.0 sites will help them rank as well, because what happens is a lot of these Web 2.0 properties, video sites, article directories, they're already considered high authority sites. And by you building a backlink into them from social bookmarking or another element, it will tell the search engines that there's more votes for that exact page, for that exact keyword phrase. And so that will potentially help your other Web 2.0 properties and things like that rank in the search engine. I've had this happen. I kind of coined the phrase, build links to your links. So you have backlinks going into your site, build links into the sites that are linking into your sites. So for example, if you create, let's see, a great article and you have it posted on articledashboard.com or articlesbase.com, another article directory, and your article was done right, it has good keyword phrases, and you would go and bookmark that exact article, so do a bookmark on that exact article as an example. Or let's say you take example from the press release that you learned about in the previous lesson, and you do a bookmark on your actual press release. That's another great example of how you can make that function for yourself. So now we're going to jump right into Web 2.0 properties. This is actually part one of at least one other one about Web 2.0 properties, because there are a lot of them to use, and I want to make sure I have time for questions at the end. So we're going to jump right into Web 2.0 properties here. So Web 2.0 sites are basically social type websites where most of the content is user generated, and you can leverage Web 2.0 properties for more backlinks, exposure, and traffic. There are many different Web 2.0 properties that you can leverage for more traffic. You simply add your content to them. And link to your website if applicable. So, a lot of these Web 2.0 sites, they're set up to where all their content is really user generated. So they don't have an in-house content development team, but they rely on people like yourself and a lot of other people that are out there creating content to submit, to these various sites. And a lot of them don't mind if you're adding backlinks back, because you're actually helping them by adding content. They get a lot of traffic by having more content, because really a basic thing of SEO, and just a quick SEO tip is, the more content, more keyword-rich, relevant content you can add to your site, the better off you're going to do in the long run. It really comes down to being, simple in simple terms. That's kind of how it is. But you want to use your core keyword phrases as the title of these properties as well. Just like with everything else, focus on those core keyword phrases. So here is a few websites. 4 Web 2.0 sites I will show you and how to use include squidoo.com, hubpages.com, weebly.com, and issuu.com. That's a new one. So issuu.com you've probably never heard of before. So it's a really cool tool. But here's some 4 Web 2.0 properties I'll show you how to use right now. And I'm going to jump right in. It shouldn't take me too long, but we're going to just dive right in here and get to work. So first one we're going to go take a look at is squidoo.com. So let's just jump right in there. But you guys can take notes on these as I go over there to start working on Squidoo. So I'm just going to log in here or go over to squidoo.com, and we're going to set up a new account. Okay, so I'm over here on squidoo.com. Now, before you're ready to do anything with Web 2.0 properties, and I should have mentioned this in the slide here, but I will say it right now, you need to have an article of some sort ready to go. So you need to have an article that you're ready to submit, because otherwise it won't do you any good to have these Web 2.0 properties if you don't already have an article that you're ready to submit. So what I'm going to do here is go in and I'm going to set up some Web 2.0 properties. So here is an example of an article. So I've already got an article up. Easy, effective online marketing strategy helps you generate more leads. This is an article I wrote for a Chamber of Commerce newsletter. So I'm just going to modify this slightly so that the title has a better keyword phrase in there. So I'm going to show you really fast again, like I think I've showed you in every single video, the AdWords keyword tool. And again, the core thing there is keyword research is such an important element of any marketing campaign, so you want to make sure that you are utilizing it. So go click on Google AdWords. So we're going to open up the AdWords keyword tool here and do a quick look on some keyword phrases that might be good ones to target. Okay, so let's just log in here and find some good keyword phrases. So my article is about video marketing, so we could just type in video marketing right there and see what kind of keyword phrases that we get back to us. So I'm going to do the get keyword ideas, look up real fast. I'm not really doing this one in depth, but here's some internet video marketing, music video marketing, videos marketing, business video marketing. Let's see here, online video marketing. That's a pretty good one. Video search marketing. So let's try just online video marketing, and then let's just quickly go on over to google.com and do an all-in title search like I've taught you before as well. And we're going to see, okay, so that's got some competition there. So it's under 100,000. It's not going to be a very easy one to rank for. But another one was video search marketing, so we can see how that one looks. Video search. And that one had a decent amount of searches. So online video marketing is what we'll stick with. So let's just go with that one. Online video marketing, because it had quite a bit more search volume. So I'm going to just jump right back over here to Squidoo now that we've determined the keyword phrase. So just choose now Start Building. When it's your first time there to Squidoo.com, just choose Start Building. So what you're going to do then is choose, either yes, I already have an account, or not yet, this is my first lens. So I'm going to choose not yet, this is my first lens, because I do have a Squidoo accounts, multiple accounts, but I'm going to show you how to set up your new one. So my lens is about online video marketing, and then go to step 2. And you want to get the word out about online video marketing, so now go to step 3. So the lens title here is online video marketing, and then I'm going to do 6 simple steps. And then when you pick your URL, you want to have your core keyword phrase in the URL that you choose, meaning the link. And you want to have the keyword phrases in there, and if you can, have them separated by dashes. So basically online dash video dash marketing. So wait dash lost dash articles, bird dash watching dash tips, whatever the keyword is. So online video marketing with dashes there. Go ahead and choose the topic. This would be related to business or even SEO and affiliate marketing. Your material should be G-rated. And it might tell me, bummer, that URL is already taken, so I'm going to just try another option. So if the dashes won't work, you could also try it with just without any dashes, or you could try, adding in the word 6 steps. Let me just add that in because that's part of my article. Or you could try online video marketing 1, 2, 3, article video easy, online video marketing, whatever it is that makes it work. But you want to at least have your core keyword phrase somewhere in there. Now, I need to go back because it took off my nice little article title. So 6 simple steps. Online video marketing, 6 simple steps. Now choose go to step 4. Right here on step 4, the best keyword is online video marketing. So add more keywords. It might be internet, video, business, video marketing, and just video marketing. And just choose go to step 5. And you want to choose, it depends on how you want to do it. You could either donate your profits to a charity, because sometimes they will give you royalties for your different pages if you get a lot of traffic to them. It's not going to be a huge income thing, so but I do know some people that can make some money on it. But just choose I want some cash if you want. You can always change that. Now you're almost there. Keep it up. They keep you encouraged. Just put in your email address. So put in your PayPal there, your username. So for your username, you could just use, your website's name, for example. So I might use, let's just use my name here. Put in your real name or the pseudonym that you might be going under, if that's the case. Yes, you accept the terms of service after you've read them, of course. You don't have to get the lens of the day, but that's not a bad report to get, just because it could maybe tell you what some hot lenses are doing, so you maybe know what to do. Squidoo pages are called lenses, just so you know, in case you're wondering why they keep saying lens. You don't really need to worry about the newsletter unless you want to get it. They do have some good tips in there, so you might need that. So let me just put in that keyword and then choose done. Okay, somebody already has my username, it looks like. It might even be me. So let's just use a different name here, SEO counts. Let's just use the same password. Okay, so just choose done at that point. Okay, so what you're going to do now is you're now ready to start adding content to your Squidoo site, to your Squidoo lens or page. So what you're going to do then is under the introduction, what you want to do is go ahead and choose edit, and then your lens intro title is typically going to be something with your keyword phrase in it. It's kind of different. So 6 easy to follow video marketing strategies. And then the lens description, you could put in just a brief description, about your lens if you wanted to. So if you want to just type in, some core components of your lens, so you could just say just a brief summary of what you're going to cover. So the following is an easy to implement and simple strategy for getting more video marketing. Learn 6 easy steps Okay, so there's my lens description. It's just a short little description. You could also put in more content there if you want. That's, advised, not it's not necessary by any means. And then just choose save. It does help if you offset things with like an image. So I'm going to go out, I'm going to grab like YouTube's logo as an example. Just for example's sake here. Or actually I might, better yet, I'm going to just use my own picture, because that's going to build my credibility up. So I'm just going to use my picture, Paul Counts of Count. Okay, so I put my name in there so I can add in my picture. You don't have to use this could just be an image related to whatever service or whatever it is that you are offering. So I'm just going to go over to my pictures here. And then just choose upload photo. Okay, and then just choose save. Okay, so there's the picture, there's the strategies. Okay, now the next thing that you want to do is you want to go to the text module, because you're going to be using an actual, what you're going to be using is an actual article. So you want to take the text module and we want to move that up. So go right down here to where it says, add your blog there. You could just cancel that for right now. and notice that will knock that down. So now it says new text module, so you're just going to choose edit. Okay, and then now you're just going to put in something, simple video marketing how to. And you don't have to give it a subtitle, so here are the 6 steps. And enter your text below. So what I'm going to do then is come right over here, and I'm going to just grab all my text from my article. And I'm actually going to open this up in a notepad file because I like to copy and paste from notepad. It's much easier. And it cleans up stuff like this because you notice how it's all jumbled together here. And if you were to choose word wrap, each one of these lines is going to be a separate paragraph. So what I like to do is be able to easily break apart the paragraphs for people. So you're just going to highlight all that, copy it now, so it's going to go in a lot smoother. Otherwise it would have gone in very jumbled like that. So notice how much cleaner it goes in here. And now you're just going to choose save. And so notice how that functions. Now couple other things that you do want to do for this exact process is you want to put in an HTML search engine friendly anchor text link. So you need to go over to Google and type in HTML link code. I don't have that code memorized. I probably should by now. I use it all the time, but I still use these sites out there. Quack, it's a good one, but you can just go to htmlcode.com and it will just highlight this. So basically you just highlight this code, so you can copy it and come right over here because you want to make your core keyword phrase, something that links off to your website. Plus you want to have a good call to action, as well for your links. So you might do something like, marketing your business online is absolutely free to implement and can help you make money online. So that's the keyword phrase that I'm going to link to my website with. So right here, when you take this URL code, when you're doing a custom URL, you're taking right where it says href equals, and between the quotes, you're actually going to put in your website URL. So it's http:// whatever website you are trying to promote and send people to. So paulcounts.com. And then between the A, so you're going to notice there's an A that starts this off and an A that closes that off. And after the URL, there's actually another little pointer angling to the right. Now this is the same code that you use when you're doing article marketing in your resource box, so keep that in mind. So your keyword phrase would go right in there. Now if you want to do something a little more special too, you could also highlight and make that stand out in bold, so your link stands out in bold. And you do that by simply doing caret to the left, the letter B, shift, caret to the right, and then you go to the end of the A and you do caret to the left. You do a /, which is on the key right next to your shift, your right shift key, and then you bold it, and then you're just going to, we're just going to put in that other bolded key there. And then you can highlight that same URL string, and you could use it as kind of like a call to action to get people to go onto your website again. So you can copy that, and then we can come on down here and say, here are the steps, boom, boom, boom. Okay. And now we say, let's put in our link there, and then let's change out the clickable part that says, for more, click here for more internet marketing tutorials. And then I'm just going to save that, and notice now that my link is now clickable. So now I have an anchor text search engine friendly link up there. So now I've got that module in there. The next module is they might ask you for Amazon. So if you had something to sell on Amazon, you could put that in there. Otherwise, I don't really worry about that. Maybe you have a Flickr account, so you could do something there. Or you have a YouTube video. Well, I actually have a YouTube video that corresponds with this. But if you don't, you could find a YouTube video related to your niche, because you want to add a few content modules on here. So I'm going to go to YouTube videos, and this is all just how you do squidoo.com. So I'm just going to go over here to YouTube, and we're going to choose, video marketing YouTube. So let's just grab a video. I'm just looking under my username for a particular video that I was going to use. But if I can't find it, I'm just going to use something different here. Okay, so let's just jump right over here to another video. So let's just grab this video here, new free keyword research video. So I'm just going to click on that, and video marketing YouTube videos. And you don't have to put in a subtitle or description. It's going to say select your videos. You could either have YouTube pick or you could pick. So I'm going to choose let me pick. And then I'm going to choose show full-size video, or you could show the thumbnail video, so you could show 3 videos, but I'm going to just show 1 video. So I'm going to just open up my video here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go right over here to where it says enter YouTube video URL, and then I'm going to hit save. So notice now that brings up my nice little YouTube video right there that integrates quite nicely with all this. So the next thing you're going to do is, you want the guest book one to show up. Now where it says new delicious bookmarks, you could edit those. You could actually take bookmarks by username if you wanted to. And you could enter your Delicious account, your URL. Delicious is a social bookmarking site. So let's just do here. How many bookmarks would you like to show? Maybe it's just 5. You could also choose show popular bookmarks. I'm going to just choose the ones from my account. So notice now it's pulling these videos directly from my account. So now it's linking directly into all these pages that I've linked into. So now here's another little feature here. If you want to do Google blog search and you wanted to pull in more relevant content related to your topic, so maybe it's more content related to video marketing, so you could type in video marketing. And then you could just type, do search for blogs. Number of posts to display, let's say it's 3. How much to display, let's say headline and abstract to add content. And you want it to update every day, and then just choose save. And that's going to just pull in these new articles every single day, so it's going to add some fresh content here. Now if you want to add in another module, what you want to do is you can come right up here, and maybe you want to add in a new text module at the end, or you want to browse all modules. There's a module on here that I would recommend that you add, and that is the RSS one, because you want to grab your RSS feed from your blog if you can. So you want to just choose that little green button and add that one. And let's see here, you also want to take this link list one as well and just choose done adding. And then you can scroll on down here, and new RSS, add your blog, just choose edit, and you're going to new RSS, you could call this a keyword phrase. I'm going to call it internet marketing blog. And what URL would you like to pull from? So put in your URL. How many headlines would you like to display? I'm going to just choose 5. And would you like an excerpt? I will put excerpt 100 characters. And then how frequently should this be displayed? I would say every other day. And would you like to be HTML friendly? I'd say yes. And then I'm going to just choose save. And this is pulling my RSS feed from my actual blog. So now they can link into my blog. So now you can really see how powerful this is becoming. So now under link list here, type or paste your link here. So let's just put in my link. And I'm linking into my blog. You could also link in to your video if you wanted to. So let's just, add in another link. And name this link. That's where you want to put in your core keyword phrase. Okay, then we're going to just save both of those. Next thing you want to do is scroll all the way down. And it looks like they want me to add in a description, so that's what I'm going to do. So learn some inside tips to make more money online. And then I'm going to add in more description for my other one here and say learn some powerful SEO and website marketing strategies. Okay, now I'm going to choose save and close out that module. And notice now, these are linking right into my sites with good core anchor text friendly links. So the next thing is, if you want to go in and say you want to reorder these. So say you want to reorder these different modules. So let's say I want to bring my RSS feed up there. I would just click right here and I can just drag it up there to where I want it to go. So I like my RSS feed up higher. I might like the guest book down lower. I want my links up here, my delicious bookmarks after that. Amazon voting, I don't really need that one, so I'm just going to delete that. And so at this point, you should have have a nice clean page set up with some good solid content on it that's fresh and that's upgrading. And so I need to go back and reorder this though, because I did not hit apply. So I'm just going to be simply dragging this up here. So there's the RSS feed from my blog. And my link list, I want it up here. And I want my guest book down at the bottom. And then I'm going to just choose apply. Okay, so now that I've applied this, notice where my RSS feed is showing up. So at this point, my blog, it is all completed. Now, one other thing you want to do is under your bio, you want to make sure you put in a bio. So, so Paul Counts is a full-time internet marketer. Okay, now just choose save. Your photo, you could add in your photo. I already have my photo there, so I don't need to worry about that. And when you're done, just choose publish. And the reason you want to have all these modules, or quite a few of them, is because that's going to make sure that it gets published. So you just publish your first lens ever. That's a special one. Here are 3 things you might like to know as you get going. So now you could actually already Twitter your lens. You could sign up for the lens of the day. If you're on Facebook, you could brag about it. So I'm just going to choose tweet it, and right away send an update to Twitter. But I have not set up my Twitter account, so if you had set up your Twitter account for your profile, it would automatically go through there. So there you have it. So what you're going to do then is you can go ahead and log in. So you can just choose view this lens if you want to see it live. And now your lens is going to be live and ready to roll. So 6 easy video marketing strategies. There it all is. There's the links to my site. My RSS feed is actually pulling in. It might take it a little bit. So these are all articles people could go to on my site. If you don't have a blog, you could just feed in a blog from somebody else with a relevant blog, because that will help add relevant content. And you want to just try to keep your links at the top. And these Squidoo pages themselves can rank along with getting special backlinks to you. So that's the ins and outs of setting up a really good Squidoo lens. Now, one final little step that you could do is remember this little icon over here. I'm going to bookmark and share this. So I'm going to just log into my account right here. And online video marketing. So video marketing. So notice how I'm just leveraging what I just taught you how to do. And then just choose bookmark this page, and it will allow just a few minutes for that. And the final thing to do is go over to pingomatic.com, and this is going to help the search engines pick up this content. So by bookmarking this and doing the Pingomatic thing, now I have the search engine spiders coming to this page really quickly. So for the page, you're just going to copy and paste the entire URL up here and ping that, paste that in there, and then choose check all services and choose send ping. So now I've created my Squidoo lens and I have pinged it out there for you to go see. So the next site that we're going to take a look at is hubpages.com. And just so you know, squidoo.com takes the most time when you're first setting that one up. So I'm going to take you over to squidoo.com, or excuse me, to hubpages.com. And I'm probably going to have to hold off on the other two sites, Weebly and issue.com, until next week. So I'm actually going to show you those ones next week, just so you guys are aware of that. So you've successfully signed out of your account. Okay, so I'm logging into my account here. Here's HubPages. When you're new to HubPages, you just choose Sign Up Now, and you put in a username that you'd like to go with, an email, and a password, and then you just choose Create Your Account. But I already have an account here. Their process is not as complicated as Digswhat or as Social Squidoo, or it takes as long, I should say. We're going to just come right over here and say Start a New Hub. So choose your title. We're just going to select Online Video Marketing 6 Simple Steps. And what you're going to do here is just take that information. Now, we're not actually running the risk of duplicate content. I know that might be something going through your head right now. And that is basically because duplicate content is actually a myth. Duplicate content exists when you're putting the same article on the same topic on the same site over and over and over. So that basically means if you took this article and you submitted it on 5 different hubs or 5 different Squidoo lenses or 5 times on your own blog, then that would be duplicate content. But when you're actually doing it on your own site, you would want to redo the article and rechange the article before you put it on your site. It will still add value to your blog or site, but it's oftentimes best to just have unique content. But you're just going to choose a category here, and you want to just choose a starting layout to work with. And I'm going to just choose text, and then you want to add 2 tags. So we're just going to choose video marketing and internet marketing, and we could choose online marketing and website marketing. And notice as you add them, it keeps adding more tabs. So you can just choose continue. They're going to say original content is rewarded with higher hub score. So if you do want to get a higher hub score by them, then you could use your own article, but you obviously want to use your own content there. No deception. So your title tags must match what is there. Make sure you're following these, and then put in the information here that because they're preventing spammers, and then choose continue. Okay, so we've got our module here, online video marketing. Business, this would be more like marketing and sales. Choose optional, so it could go under web-based marketing. So it depends on how you want the ads to show up. You will actually get paid for the advertisements. So right here you've got your text modules. And where it says text, it says click to edit. So you choose this little edit button right here. Excuse me. So I'm going to actually go to this one first and choose edit. And we're going to say 6 simple and what you're going to do here is come right over here to the content right here. Oops. Okay, so here is our content. Here are the steps. Free to implement and a great way to make money online. So that's going to be our core keyword phrase again, make money online. So notice how this one's a little easier. You don't have to know HTML code. So you just highlight the code right there. You just highlight the word, and choose insert link. So choose that little link button and type in your link right there. And you could interlink to another hub page if you had one as well. So that's another option. So you could say, click here for more free internet marketing articles. And if you want to bold anything, you just hit B, just like you're using like Microsoft Word. And so I'm just going to link up that word right to my blog again. And choose Insert. And then just choose Save Changes. And notice how that all displays right in there. Now if I wanted to highlight the step 1 and all that so they stood out more, I would just go up here to Edit. And I can just scroll on down here and highlight each and every one of those. So I'm going to just, step 1, we're going to make that bold. Step 2, let's make that bold. And you should start seeing the example here. So it's just hitting the B again, just like you're using Microsoft Word, just like your Outlook email program, whatever it is that you use. So we're just going to highlight each and every one of these and bold those. And let's bold that and then choose Save Changes. Always make sure you save the changes for those modules. Okay, so now let's scroll on down here. And here is another module. If you wanted to add in a photo, you could do that. So just choose Edit. And you could actually throw in your picture if you wanted to. I'm going to just choose Discard Changes, and you could just hit this little red X if you want to delete that capsule. Comments, you can keep that open as well. And if you want to add in more modules to the right side here, like let's say you want to add in the RSS module, and let's say you want to add in the links module. All you do is you just simply click on them, and let's say you want to add in a video. So let's just add in those core elements here. So here's the RSS module. Functions very similar to the Squidoo one. So we're just going to say internet marketing or make money online RSS feed. Let's say internet marketing RSS feed. And type in your feed URL, which if you're using WordPress, your RSS feed is going to be yourdomainname.com/feed. And just choose a maximum. Shorten description, and then choose preview RSS. So there it is, and then choose save. So the RSS feed is now working. The link module, internet. So just type in your link. And it's going to say the title tag, so you could actually fix that to the core title tag that you want to work with. And then you can add in another link as well. So I'm just going to add in one more link. And it automatically is pulling from your title tag. So again, if you use good title tags, you shouldn't have a problem. So, but let's just choose this one, free private label rights ebook, and let's choose test link, and hit done, and then just choose save changes there. And so notice now we've got nice links right there. And finally, we're on to the video module, which is very simple. There's a module we don't want, so we hit the X. Here is the video. So I'm going to just choose the video URL, so we could go right back over here to YouTube and we can find a random video that we've created or one on internet marketing. Okay, so there's our link, preview video, and if all looks good, just hit save. And then now the next thing you're going to do is come all the way up to the top here, and you're going to choose publish. And it will take just a moment to publish out there. And it looks like it went through okay. So you could tweet this if you wanted to, or you could use Start a New Hub. I would recommend that you do a Twitter post on it, because what that's going to do is help the search engine start indexing it and finding it. So you could use the tweet this option, because that would actually start getting that picked up and indexed. So there it is. Now, again, you would just go right on over to pingomatic.com and you could just ping this post as well if you wanted to. So there's everything. There's the video. There's how it all functions. So that's how you use hubpages.com now as well. So I'm going to jump back over here to the slide here, and we're going to close this thing out. So squidoo.com and hubpages.com, I was able to show you how to use both of those. Weebly.com and issuu.com, I'm going to hold off on those until probably 2 more weeks when we go back over some additional Web 2.0 properties. Those ones are important, but we can hold off on those for right now.
This is session 6 of your traffic generation and SEO training. In this session, I'm going to talk about online video marketing strategies for more traffic with video marketing.
So we're going to go ahead and jump right in here. So video marketing, it's a powerful strategy for driving a lot of targeted visitors to your website. Not only can video marketing help increase your traffic by showing up in the search engines, but also it can easily be a fabulous viral marketing tool. And so basically a lot of times, I'm sure you guys are familiar with this, where you'll do a search for different subject matters, whether it's a how-to subject or just really about any niche market that you might be promoting, or any market that even your business is in, whatever it is. You do a search and sometimes you'll see a video come up in the actual search results. Or you'll see like a YouTube page or a site from maybe Rever.com or another video hosting site come up higher in the search engines. And basically those video sites have done a great job, just like article directories and press release sites, of utilizing their title tags correctly. So they're using the titles of the video correctly. So they're using the titles in such a way that the search engines pick them up, so those pages are done search engine friendly. So whatever title you use for your video automatically becomes the title tag. And if you've gone through, session number 2 where we talked about search engine optimization and talked about how important the title tag is to your on-page SEO, then you'll understand why these sites are ranking at the top. And so basically, since these sites do a great job of it, we're going to talk about how to leverage those sites. So not only will you come up high in the search engines, but also video marketing can be a great tool to virally. It's just a great viral marketing tool because it's something that can be easily passed around by links. People can send a link, hey, check out this video, and it can just kind of grow from there. Your video gets seen in the search engine results, in searches within the video sites themselves, and they can get syndicated and embedded on other websites. And so that's why you really want to be focusing on it, because like I talked about, they will show up in the search engine results for various keyword phrases. And they will also show up inside the video sites themselves, because almost every single high traffic, high authority video hosting site, in fact I've yet to really see one that does not have an internal search engine. And even especially like YouTube, their search engine themselves, like their little video search engine stats have shown that they actually are getting more searches than actually a few major search engines like Yahoo and MSN. That internal little video search engine, so they are getting so much traffic to YouTube that it's absolutely insane. YouTube gets more traffic than actually Yahoo does. So YouTube is a really, really major player. So YouTube is getting a lot more searches than even just the Yahoo search engine. And so that kind of shows you right there how powerful video marketing is and how people are turning to videos to really view content online. And so it's just another platform that you need to be there. You need to be doing video marketing if you are not already. And this might be a subject that maybe scares you a little bit, and that's why I really want to, I'm glad you guys are here, because it's not a scary subject. You're going to see here how I create some very basic, simple videos that work and are effective in less than 5 minutes. And I'll show you an example of a really easy video that I made that has over 60,000 views. And it's just a very, very basic video, very, very basic video. And it has probably overall about 100,000 views, about 60,000 on YouTube, and it's been just a fabulous traffic generator, and it took less than 5 minutes to create. And I'm going to show you guys how to do some of these techniques here, and they're very, very basic. If you can point and click your mouse and follow some basic instructions, then you too can create these online videos. And so the other thing I talked about, your video gets syndicated and embedded on other websites, and that's because video hosting sites, most of them, that I've seen, like YouTube especially, have an embed option. And so that means that if you wanted to embed that video on your blog, so let's say somebody finds your video and it's about golf, for example, and somebody else has a golf blog and they say, hey, I like that video. I think I'm going to just embed that video on my site. So they take the little embed code that you'll see on the right hand side of YouTube videos, and they'll take that code and they'll just embed it on your site. It's just like when you submit your article to ezinearticles.com, how somebody could actually take the actual article and post it on their website with a link back to your site, because you're the author of that. So it's the same concept, but that really can happen with video sites, and that's really where you can get some more massive traffic through these video search engines. And so there's 3 different ways that you can really leverage them to get a lot of traffic. And as I said, YouTube alone gets more searches than Yahoo and MSN. So that should really tell you right there that this is going to be a huge lesson for you, and it's going to give you a big edge because if your competition's not doing it, and if you're not doing it, it can really be holding you back from really seeing the full potential in your marketing efforts. And everything else we talked about is tremendous and great. Everything here works together. These are all strategies that work, and so I want you guys to also have this strategy in your arsenal so you can really start getting the traffic that you want. So the stats show that more people spend time online watching video than they do actually watching regular TV. That's starting to change to where more people are going on the internet than they are actually going to TV. And more people, people will spend a lot more time there than they will watching TV, which is just amazing because there's video or companies that are paying multi-million dollars a month, it seems, just to run advertisements on TV, Well, you have an opportunity to tap into some of these high traffic, high authority sites, and this strategy does not cost you anything at all. If you can do all these methods for free, and even from creating the video for free. Like, we're not talking about any major out-of-pocket expense. In fact, everything I teach you, if it has any out-of-pocket expense, it is absolutely minimal, and if not, it's absolutely free. And that's because I love to leverage the internet to get free targeted traffic to your business. And so, that's where, that's why video sites are going to be so powerful, and they are already powerful, and they're just continuing to grow because more and more people are being entertained by going online and watching different videos. They're learning things from these videos and different things like that. Sometimes people are so busy they don't have time to watch a full show, so they might go on YouTube and watch a few little short clips and things like that. So that's where you can really get noticed out there. Some of the most visited websites online are video hosting websites. Like YouTube is number 3 out of all sites on the internet, like behind Google and stuff. But it's the number one of the in the top 5 of searched for websites that have traffic online. Video gives you a new way to build credibility and generate massive exposure for your business online. So it's another way to really get your name out there, build your credibility as to what kind of knowledge you can bring to the table and what you know. And so that's another reason to use videos, because it really helps people kind of put a face to you. If you do want to use your face, you don't have to use your face on the videos. You really don't. And I'm going to show you how you can do that without using your face. You could just use your voice. It kind of gives you a voice to your articles in a way, and I'm going to share that with you as well. In most cases, it is free to promote your video online, as the video hosting sites like YouTube, they want your content because it helps them make more money. Because the more videos they have on their sites, the more traffic they're going to get through the search engines, the more traffic they're going to get from people on their sites, staying longer and viewing things, and that means the more advertisements that they can sell on their website. That means the more AdSense revenue some of these video sites can make, the more banner advertisements these video sites can make. So you're helping these video sites by adding content. Just like when you add content to eZine articles, they monetize their website with actual advertisements. And so that's why video is so great, because they want you to promote for it. Most of them are free. There's a few video sites that charge a very minimal fee, but I'm not going to share any of those with you. There's the main ones that I've used that get the best results are actually the free ones. So videos can be really simple to create. One of the biggest reasons people do not start using online video in their marketing is because they feel videos are difficult to make. I know I felt that way at first. I thought, man, this video creation stuff it's difficult. I can't do that. It's just going to be too much for me to do. And, it was something that I just put off because I thought it was going to be too difficult. And then I finally started dabbling in it, and I realized, hey, this isn't that bad. you can really do some good things with video that takes very minimal time, and it gets you fabulous results. And it doesn't even cost you anything. It takes minimal effort. And one of the things I'm going to show you is how in under 5 minutes you can have your very own online video created. So I like to show you simple methods for doing tasks that may seem difficult, and kind of give you a new perspective on how to do these tasks. And so I'm going to show you live, after I'm done doing a little bit of this teaching, actually how to do this right in front of you on my screen. So you can literally make a good online video in under 5 minutes, and it won't even take special software. The software I'm going to be using comes free on your computer if it's a Windows computer, and they have a similar software for Apple for the Apple computers that is very simple. So like the Apple iMac and stuff, they come pre-installed. I believe it's pre-installed, or at least you can download it for free from their website, but it's a software that I'll share with you. But both these softwares are free, so you can do all this stuff without having to buy any software. I'm also going to share with you a couple of softwares that you can use. They have 30 to 60 day free trials. They're really inexpensive software that kind of help you add a little more to your video marketing, but you can try them out for 30 to 60 days. You could create a lot of videos to pay for the software or something, during that time, or whatever the case is. But I'm going to share with you just some free methods. So don't feel like, oh man, I'm going to have to spend $1,000 on a video software, because you don't need to do that. So don't worry about that. It's going to be simple. It's going to be basic. So don't be scared. So here's some examples of some basic videos you can make. You could make a video, could be as simple as a picture. So a picture of something in your niche. So maybe you are in the relationship building niche. Maybe you have a picture of a man and a woman holding hands on a beach or something. And then all you do is you record an audio, and I'll share with you the tool to use for that. And you just simply record an audio, and basically it could be you reading an article about relationships. And then at the end of that article, you just happen to have a link to your website, or maybe embedded on that picture you have your URL to your website on there. And then also in the description, you'll have a link to your website. So that can be a very basic video. That's just a still picture with audio. Anybody can make that. That takes very little time to create. You could also have a slideshow of pictures with the music background loop or audio. So you could have a slideshow of pictures related to your niche that's playing, and then while that slideshow is actually playing, you could have music playing in the background, and you probably have all seen these different slideshow type things. And I'm going to show you how to do these free and simple. So you can have pictures with music background loop, and then you could have text playing on the slides, so it talks about maybe your niche market. So maybe you're talking about articles or something. Or maybe you do something one step further where you have a slideshow of pictures, and then you're actually reading an article about your niche. So instead of just one picture of a man and a woman holding hands, maybe you have several pictures depicting a relationship, or maybe you have several pictures of a golf course if your niche is golf, or several pictures of birds if it's bird watching, or several pictures of happy people because you're a chiropractor and you fix their back. Whatever it is, you get the idea. But you could have a slideshow of pictures playing, and then you talking about your business, you talking, reading an article about your business. Whatever the case is, you can do that. Another simple way to create a video, and I'm not really going to show you this because I really can't show you this live because I already have video software playing, but I'm going to show you how to use a webcam, or I'll share with you. You can use your webcam or digital camera. Basically, it's as simple as you pulling out a digital camera. Most digital cameras have a video option. In fact, anything that you've probably bought in the last 2 years has that option. Almost everybody has a digital camera now. You can pull that out, record a 30-second video, just have a friend hold it up there. I've even seen people hold it out in front of their face. You could set it up on a bookshelf and talk into it. Hit record and just talk into it. But you just sit there and you just talk about your business. You talk about, this is who I am, and that's only if you want to get your face out there. And that's, and that's a good thing to do sometimes in your niche market. But if that scares you, don't do that then. Don't do that if you don't feel comfortable with it. Use some of these other methods for making a video. Most laptop computers come pre-installed with a webcam, or you can get an inexpensive webcam for $15 to $30. That's a USB webcam. You get it at Staples or something like that. And then you could actually, just sit in front of your computer and talk about your market. So I could sit there and talk about search engine optimization. I could talk about, whatever maybe niche market I'm promoting or that I'm in. You can also do screen capture videos. So basically, I'm using a screen capture software to record all these presentations. I'm using Camtasia, but I'm going to share with you a free version that you can use that does a similar job that will enable you to export videos in a format that you can upload to video sites. So you have very basic screen capture videos where you demonstrate how to do something. Maybe you demonstrate how to do something. Maybe you have, a PowerPoint or something. So that's another thing. So you use a PowerPoint that maybe has the article content. So let's say you have article content and you take that article content and you put it into a PowerPoint presentation. And I'm just using a PowerPoint presentation. So you notice how I have bullet points in here. You could take, your articles, the articles that you've written, or maybe articles that you have private label rights to. And I actually have a slide talking more in depth about this. But you could actually take those, create bullet points out of main topics or main points from the articles, create bullet points from those, and then sit there with this screen capture software, and you could sit there with the screen capture software, with your microphone, which your computer usually has a pre-installed microphone, but if you want a little better quality, you can get a USB microphone from, again, Walmart, Staples, Office Max, anything like that, Office Depot, your average office supply store, eBay, wherever you want to get it. But it's a USB headset, so USB headset. They are relatively inexpensive. You want to get a noise canceling USB headset. So a noise canceling USB headset. I use a Logitech USB headset, but actually, believe it or not, when I record these presentations, I am just using the built-in microphone on my computer, and the audio comes out pretty clear, on these presentations. So that also works as well if you have a laptop. But basically, you just sit back and you just go through your PowerPoint where you're just reading the bullet points, or you're just reading your article and cycling through the points. And that right there is creating a video. And these videos don't need to be long. In fact, you want them to be shorter because people have a short attention span. So you want them to be, 2 to 3 minutes max. You can make them longer, especially if it's like a how-to video, like how to install WordPress. That's going to be more than like 2 minutes probably. But if it's something as simple as you reading an article, you can go through an article in about 2 minutes or so, 2 minutes or less, 2 to 3 minutes, for a basic short article. You could do as simple as talking about your business for 30 seconds. It's like your elevator pitch for your business. What's your unique selling, proposition? What sets your business apart? That could be a quick 30-minute deal where you're talking into your webcam, or it could be a quick deal where you have a picture of yourself and you're talking about it, or you have a picture of your business logo, or even a screen capture picture of your website, and you're talking about what your website has to offer. But keep in mind, videos can be simple, and they are a simple thing. So don't be scared away. So don't end this call because you're afraid videos are going to be tough. You're going to see how simple it really is. Software and accessories needed for video. Windows Movie Maker, that's the free software that comes on your computer. So the free video software, it comes pre-installed on Windows computers, and you can access it in your start menu. You'll see it in your start menu. If you're using XP, I believe they had it under the accessories folder. If you're in Vista, it seems to be hanging out just in the, if you do the start menu, you'll see it on the left-hand side. But that is Windows Movie Maker. If for whatever reason your computer does not have it installed, you can actually go to Google and type in Windows Movie Maker download, and it should take you over to Microsoft where you can download the software. But you should have it on your computer already. The other one is iMovie. That's for Apple. It has actually a lot better features, I will say, than Movie Maker. It can do a little cooler things with text and things like that. Windows Movie Maker does a great job, but Apple's always does a lot of cool little features. I use a PC personally. But yeah, iMovie, it only works on a Mac, on an Apple computer, so keep that in mind. But if your computer does not have that and you have an Apple computer, just go to type in download iMovie, and you will find the download on apple.com for that to download. So there's no excuse because these softwares are absolutely free. So you have the tools at your disposal to create these videos. Another one is Sony Vegas. That's a great software. It gives you a lot of good editing capabilities. There's some really expensive ones. I'm not even going to say the name so it doesn't confuse you. But there's some really expensive video software that does a great job. If you really want to get into it, I personally don't have those. I don't really have the time to learn those softwares, but we're talking $1,000 applications, and you don't need something that big. So you just need something basic, like Windows Movie Maker and stuff to create your basic videos. If you want to do some cool little animation features and different things like that, you might consider a tool like Sony Vegas. It costs less than $100. It's like 89 bucks, relatively inexpensive. So that's just Sony Vegas. One little hint that you can do, you could find people selling. You don't want to buy a bootleg copy. I'm not promoting that. You do not want to do that because that's not a good thing. But you can go to eBay and actually buy, just like older versions of it, which like that people have, because like Sony Vegas now has version 9 that came out. But you could buy version 8 on eBay for 20 or 30 bucks less than version 9, and it does everything you need. I personally have version 8. It does everything I would need it to do. So I'm not saying to go download it or buy a bootleg copy. Absolutely, I'm not saying that. So I want to make sure I'm clear on that. But I'm saying you might look at eBay and see if somebody is offering a legitimate real copy that would be yours outright, but it might be version 7 or version 8 of Sony Vegas, because that you could get it for quite a bit less. So same software, just got maybe a few less features, but version 8 does everything you would need. But they do have a 30-day trial. It might be actually 60 days. I'd have to check their site again. But last I checked, it was 30 days, and so you can use the software for 30 days. They don't even ask for your credit card when you download it. You basically just download the software, and then every single time you open it up, it'll tell you have 28 days left, you have 15 days left, etc. So you can get you a chance to use that software for 30 days and decide, okay, is this something I want to invest in? So, so again, you're not out piles of money up front. So you could do, try Sony Vegas out if you want to for 30 days. But at least try Windows, use Windows Movie Maker, and that will be enough to get you by for a long time. Cam Studio, it's camstudio.org. They are a free screen capture software. Now, I will say you want to record shorter videos with Cam Studio. So you would not want to do what I'm doing here, record an hour-long presentation. And you really don't want to do long presentations anyways for videos, because online videos need to be less than 10 minutes, because YouTube, especially, and some of the other ones, crack down if a video is more than 10 minutes or if it's over a certain size limit. So it actually doesn't do you any good to do these long, drawn-out videos. So try to do, not that this is long and drawn out because I have a lot of content, but try to do a lot of short videos, 2, 3, 4-minute videos that are short and to the point. So if you're going to use screen capture software to show things, you can use Cam Studio. It works well with your headset. I have had some luck with it working, but it works best with shorter videos. Now there's another free one called Jing, Jing. But there's actually a reason I'm not recommending it for this particular method, and that's because I've ran into some issues with them where they export everything into SWF files, and for $15 you can get an upgrade where they'll export it to an MP4 file, which would work. I obviously can't really tell you what all these mean, but SWF is just an extension for a video file. But it exports it in a format that's not compatible with all video hosting sites, so it doesn't do you much good to create this great video and then in turn not be able to upload it to the sites. And so so Jing is great for creating good little tutorials and things like that. It's a great little tool for that, but the exporting function, as far as being able to upload it to some video sites, has a little bit to be desired at times. So that's why that one's not on this list right now. You could go to Jing, Jing. It's put out by the makers of Camtasia. They do have an upgrade option. I think the price last I checked was only $15, but they will export it to MP4 format for you. Camtasia 6 is the next version, and that's actually about $300. That's a pretty expensive piece of software, but it does a fabulous job. It does long videos. It does really whatever you would need. So Camtasia is great for that. But you can just go to camtasia.com, and they have a 30-day trial as well, so at least you can see if you want to use it. You can test it out. But at least you have free options. I like to give you free options if you're going to, before you buy a software, because I think it's best that you be able to make money with the free option before you go out and invest in the paid options. So and also the Cam Studio free, if you're doing these basic videos, that's going to be all you really need. But just go to camstudio.org and follow the instructions to download. You could also You also want to have PowerPoint, especially if you want to create some of these basic video articles. And if you don't have PowerPoint, don't worry, just go to OpenOffice. There's a version, it's called, I believe, OpenOffice Presenter, if I recall. But it is a free version of PowerPoint. It's like PowerPoint, but it's free. It has similar functions. It even saves to PowerPoint format. It does has just a lot of features. OpenOffice has everything you need: Word, Excel, all that stuff. So if you have not heard of them, just type in OpenOffice. It's openoffice.org, and you can download it absolutely free. So again, there's a free option if you do not have PowerPoint. Don't worry. You also need a USB microphone headset. Unfortunately, there's not really a free option for a USB headset, but you can get them relatively inexpensive by shopping around on eBay, on Amazon.com, on even just some different sites, eBay, Amazon.com. You could try Staples, Office Depot, Office Max, Circuit City, Best Buy. All those stores right there that I just named carry USB headsets. A name brand that you would want to write down is Logitech. It's Logitech, Logitech USB headset. That's the headset that I use. I love it. It's a noise canceling headset. It cost me, I think it was $30, but it's relatively inexpensive. It pays for itself over and over and over. But if your computer comes pre-installed with a microphone, you can get around without having to use it. Without having to purchase a USB headset right away. It's just, you just want to talk a little closer to your screen sometimes, because if you sit back, and talk while you're doing your video, it may, the audio may not come in very clear. But that's something you would need. You also need a basic webcam. If you have a laptop, most new laptops automatically come pre-installed with a webcam. But if yours does not, you can get webcams for $15 to $30 on the high end. I've seen them around $15 for a basic one that you would need. Or you just have your average digital camera, the family camera that you use, whatever it is. That's really all you would need, just a basic webcam or digital camera. Most people already have those things anyways. Another thing you need is Audacity audio software. It's absolutely a free software program that works with Windows. There's also a Mac version of it. Mac also has a program that's called GarageBand, if I recall, from some of my Apple, friends. There's a program called GarageBand on your Apple, if you do have an Apple computer, that has some great functions for you being able to record your voice. So Audacity is a great free software, and I'm going to actually be using it as we move on here. So some of the next things here is pictures, audios, and background loops, because those are some things that you are going to need when you're doing it. So basically, there are royalty-free pictures are things that you will need when creating your video, because you want to have pictures related to your niche market, and you want to make sure they're royalty-free, because basically all that means is that you aren't having to pay a royalty every time someone watches the video. You're not having to pay a few cents or something, because if a picture is copyrighted and you end up using it, they could technically make you pay for that. They could force you to take it down. They could sue you. It could become a nightmare. So you want to make sure you're using royalty-free pictures, and you want to make sure you read the terms, because even though they're royalty-free pictures, it doesn't always mean that they are absolutely completely okay for you to use for these videos. And the reason is because you're using them for commercial purposes. A lot of these sites, they have no problem with you using them for, I guess, just family or leisure purposes, just for having fun or whatever. But as far as using videos for, as far as using them for commercial purposes, they sometimes frown on that, and some of them have just different terms against doing that. And so you want to make sure you read the terms, and I'll show you where to find that on the different videos. So here's 4 websites. The first 3 here are free websites. The first one is sxc.hu. I found a great variety of royalty-free music that allows for commercial use. They have thousands upon thousands of pictures. You'll see as you're doing your searches, they have some searches that are called like premium pictures, and they'll try to get you to pay for those. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's not a bad deal. It's only $1 an image, so it's not that bad of a deal. So if you see an image there that you really like and it's worth $1 to you, then go ahead and spend it. But they do have a pile of free pictures that usually will show up below the paid pictures. But that's sxc.hu. The site is in English. but it's an interesting domain they have. But it's sxc.hu, royalty-free pictures that you can have access to. The next one is freedigitalphotos.net, freedigitalphotos.net. And that is another great source for finding royalty-free pictures. You do want to read the terms on that. So I'm actually going to take you over to that site right now. It's a great site that I found recently that just works wonders. And so I'm going to take you over to this site right now. So freedigitalphotos.net. And this is what I'm talking about. So this site right here has just really any picture that you could imagine. So let's see, here's a nice little picture of money. So pictures of everyday items, and it shows you a whole bunch, like here's a picture of a wad of cash. Here's a picture of credit cards, for example. So if you had like a financial website or a debt website or a credit card website, you could, maybe use this picture. So you see here, they have a free download option, and it's web quality size, which is the only size you would really need, and that's why I recommend this size, 640 by 427. It's not huge, but if you want a larger version, it costs you $5. But here's the terms on their stuff. So the terms on their pictures is that you are free to use the photo, the free version of it, but if you're using it for like video productions or if you're using it for content on your website, you need to actually give them credit for the picture. So at the end of the video, and I'll show you how to do that when I make the video, but at the end of the video, you just need to have a small little, text that comes up and says pictures provided by freedigitalphotos.net. If you use these images on your website, right below the image you need to say, provided by freedigitalphotos.net with a link to their site at the bottom of the picture. And you see that on a lot of websites. I'm sure you've noticed that. So you just need to give them credit. But they have a lot of great pictures, and that's why I recommended them. sxc.hu, this is what the site looks like, just so I know you guys can see it, so you know that you're on the right site. But sxc.hu right here, basically you just run your search, so if it's golf, let's just do a search there. And there's some different pictures of golf right there. Those are the premium results. But below here you've got your free results that you could just pull from. So here's a nice little picture of somebody hitting the golf ball. So if you wanted to use this picture, you could grab it and use it. And there's usage options right there. So there's the image license agreement. So you want to make sure you're reading those. Basically, you may not use the image if you are, it gives you all the terms, but they usually let you use them for commercial purposes. So, so that's sxc.hu right there. So that's the site that you'll want to utilize. So let me go back to the presentation here. So another one, pdphoto.org, those are public domain photos, and you could do a Google search for the term public domain photos. So public domain photos, you could do a search to find a whole variety of new picture options if you wanted to. But these will be available on the download page, these links, so you guys can access those from there. iStock Photo, it is a paid option. It's probably one of the more popular paid photo sites out there. I just had to put it in there because they do have some great quality images. You really can get by for video marketing with the $1 option. You don't need to upgrade to the big old videos, because what happens if you have too big of a video, it may get declined by the video hosting sites anyways. So you want to try to make your video with smaller files, anyhow. So iStockPhoto.com, they have like you can fund your account with $20 and be able to download like 20 or 15 images or something. So that's iStockPhoto.com. Some other ones, royalty-free audio. So these are like background music loops. I'm actually going to give you guys some downloads. That's kind of an extra bonus that you guys are getting as part of this. I try to keep adding as many things as I can for everybody there. But on the download page, like last week, I gave you guys some resources, the week before. This will be very similar, where you're going to have access to some royalty-free audio. So audios that I have the rights to sell that are royalty-free audios. But you can find, there's two other sites, partnersinrhyme.com. It's kind of a funny name. But partnersinrhyme.com, you can find on their site they have a free music loops option. And you could just go to Google and type in free, royalty-free background loops, and you should find their website as well. But partnersinrhyme.com, they have a section of their site where you can actually just straight download royalty-free background loops that you have total rights to use. Another great site that's not well known is called opsound.org, opsound.org, and this site is made up of public domain audio files, and their license says that they can be used for commercial purposes. So you will want to verify their license under their terms, but they allow you to do that. There's some other sites that I've seen out there that do audios, royalty-free audios. But again, if you come across them, be very cautious. There's one that, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't want you to use it, but there's one that I thought was so great, and I was so excited about it, and such a great tool and resource. And then I hit the harsh reality that apparently in their terms, you cannot use the audios for commercial reasons. So I had to go back and quit using their site for commercial reasons, and basically it's inside their terms, and sometimes these sites will change from time to time, but I'll say right inside their terms. So so you guys want to be sure that you're checking the terms on all these sites that you come across. So if you type in royalty-free music, royalty-free pictures, royalty-free background loops, make sure you read the terms and make sure you understand the commercial use policy, because that can get you in trouble. But I'm not saying that to scare you. The resources I'm giving you tend to allow for commercial purposes. It's just if you decide to find some other ones, just make sure that you're looking at their terms and abiding by their rules, whether it's giving them credit or whatever they ask for. Sometimes it'll just be as simple as them asking you to give them credit for it. And that's great, because that's not a big deal. Royalty-free background loops, what those are things like sometimes you've probably seen videos where playing in the background there's like some motion or something, motion background, there's just movement going on, and that kind of just stimulates the eyes and it keeps people's attention on the video, it keeps the video moving, and you can get some free background loops. I have access to several of those that I'm going to give you guys. There's about 30 of them or so that you guys have the rights to, or you guys will have the rights to use personally for your own video. So I will give those to you as well and give you links to download those on the download page. So that's just another bonus. And then you can also go to a site called ignitemotion.com. They have free, royalty-free background loops on their site that you can pull from. And what these background loops do, and I'll show you how to use them, but basically pulls into your video, you have a background loop, so now you kind of have a base or background to move from, to go from with your video. So playing in the background would be this motion, which kind of automatically makes your video look high quality. And so using these loops, in under 5 minutes, you can create these really high quality videos. So here's the video article slide that I told you about. You can take your articles, and this includes private label rights articles. So for those that aren't familiar with private label rights are articles that you have the rights to use. And you can go to Google and type in private label rights, fitness articles, private label rights, golf articles, whatever niche you're in, and you could find a whole slew, of private label rights articles. And then you could take these articles and turn them into bullet point PowerPoint presentations using PowerPoint or OpenOffice, just like I did with my presentation here. You can create your very own PowerPoint. It doesn't have to even have fancy color. So if you're worried about making PowerPoint slides that look great, don't let that worry you. Just do something. Just take action. And that's the thing that I love, and that the reason I'm so passionate about ensuring that you're taking action on this stuff is because that always held me up, is that I always wanted to be perfect at things, and that really slowed me down from success online. And so quit worrying about being perfect, quit worrying about having the perfect video, and just do it. Just go out there and take action, and that's really the key part right there. And so so basically you could have a blank background, a blank PowerPoint with black text. So that's how simple it can be with bullet points that you're just copying and pasting from these articles. And then you use Cam Studio, the free software, record your PowerPoint presentation, use your headset to talk into it where you're reading the article or you're reading the bullet points, and boom, you've created a short little video using video articles. That right there is something that you're not going to see taught anywhere else right now. So use that wisely, because that's a really great way that I found to create videos fast. You could also do as simple as one strategy I found is do something as basic as put up one slide using PowerPoint that has the URL of your website. So it might say, www.yourdomainname.com is the slide. And then you have a title for whatever article it is you're reading. So you might say, cure your golf slice. Cure your golf slice. You might say, improve your bird watching skills, improve your basket weaving skills. So you have like improve your basket weaving skills, and then right below that you have www.yourwebsite.com. and then you just sit there and you read your article. So you just sit there, you read your article, and then boom, you've created a video that quick. That's how fast it can be done. And it takes you 2 minutes to read the article, you export it, boom, you're done, you go on to the next one. And in a short amount of time, just doing that method, I was able to create about 10 videos just this last week in the golf niche. Just like in about 30 minutes time, just boom, 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 boom. You just change out the slide, change the title of it, put in the headset, and just go talk, reading the article, reading the private label rights article that you have the rights to. And so that's just a fast, efficient matter for creating video content. And no matter what niche you're in, whether you're a chiropractor that owns a small business, you can find articles that are called, you could type in private label rights chiropractor articles, private label rights pet articles if you're a veterinarian, private label rights, music articles if you own a music store. So even if you're a small brick and mortar business, you can still find these private label rights articles that you can do this stuff with. Or you could write articles yourself and do this stuff with them as well. So that's how you can create some simple video articles. So again, record the presentation that you've made using Cam Studio or Camtasia, and read the article, and you've created a video article. And so just like article marketing, the more of these you can do, the better off you will be. There's strength in numbers. If you do one video article, as I like to call them, so one video article, then okay, then that's all you've, then that's one video article. But if you can do 25 of them, you're going to be 25 times better off. So that's something to keep in mind. Just like as I talked about the article marketing, if you only do one article, then, okay, you might get a few results, but you're really going to see results when you really hunker down and start doing about 25 articles. Unfortunately, traffic generation takes effort. So it's not unfortunately, it's fortunately for you, because you're willing to put in effort and energy for traffic generation purposes. And so, so you can definitely benefit greatly, by being able to put in a little bit of effort. Every article you produce or write, including PLR articles, you have, could be turned into an online video for marketing. So keep that in mind. If you've been at this for a while and you have a whole slew of articles that you've already written, maybe it's just 10 articles or 5 articles, but every single one of those could potentially become a PowerPoint. I even found that for creating those short little videos, even just taking half of a whole article, so half of a 400-word article was enough to create a short video. So, you could take, say you have 10 articles, boom, right there, you've all of a sudden got potentially 20 videos that you're just basically setting up, using this PowerPoint method, where you're just setting up even a slide, just a basic slide that says, this is my niche. And I'll show you that example on my screen here, in just a moment so you guys can see that. But the one thing that I want to point out to you, I know this sounds weird because in internet marketing, you're all about giving people a call to action. And I've learned this, and I want to pass this on to you, is when you're speaking your article, you never want to tell people, like physically say, visit my website for more information, because that will get your video banned, the video article or the video itself banned from the video sites. It might get your account in trouble. I recently had to deal with this. But it basically, it was just done, casually. I really wasn't intending any harm by them. But basically, what happens is they get paid by advertisers. And so if you're instructing them to click on your link or go to your website, then it potentially limits the chance that their advertisers, that somebody would click on their advertisers, which might make them money if it was Google AdSense as an example. So what I've learned now is don't really physically tell people, you can have your website there. They don't mind having your link there. They don't mind having your link in the sidebar, because it's just going to naturally, people are going to type it in. If they're interested in what you have to offer, they're going to type it in. They're going to visit that. They're going to go check that out. So you never want to instruct people to visit your site. That's really important. So you never want to physically say at the end of your article, for more information, visit firstgolftips.com. For more information, visit paulcounts.com. You don't want to do that, and the only reason you don't want to do that is because you want to make sure your videos get approved and that that you have a good relationship with the video hosting sites. So this is the only case where you don't want to give them a direct voice call to action, but I've actually had cases where in the video itself I've said visit www.firstgolftips.com for more information, and I haven't had issues with that. Where I've had the issues is when you actually physically say visit my site for more information, because they kind of frown on that because they feel like you're just trying to get a free advertisement, which you technically are using them for that, and they don't mind that. they just don't want you to physically tell people that. So keep that in mind as you do these video articles. Don't say visit my website. Just read your article and close it out like that. Just read your content, and then where it ends right there. And then let your slide do the selling, because that's going to tell people what your website is. And when you set up your descriptions right, you'll see where the link will come into play. So here's some more effective video marketing strategies. And real quick though, I want to take you guys real fast and show you just real quick a let me see, a PowerPoint slide here. So let me pull this up here. Okay. So I'm going to just pull up here a quick file so you guys can actually see an example of what I was talking about with the video article. Okay, so I'm over here, and here is my basic template. I'm going to just open up here in PowerPoint, and let's just go right here. So this is my basic PowerPoint slide. So there it is. I just set up a very basic PowerPoint slide just using like a green template background that they provided, and it just says there's my website, perfect golf swing tips, curing golf slice. So that's what my article was about. That it was a private label rights article, and I just sat there and read about it. So I read about the content. So that's how you can do that. So that's as basic as that. It's a one-page deal. So you just set it up like that. So I wanted to show you that as an example so you guys see how this works and how this will function for you. So it's as simple as that, and then you just record your voice using the Audacity software, which I'll be demonstrating here in just a moment. So let's just jump back here to the presentation now, and let's finish out this part of it. So again, you want to research keywords and topics for your video. So this is the effective strategy. So when you come up with your video ideas, you first want to either take articles that you already have. So if you have private label rights articles and you want to use them, that's fine. Just go ahead and say, okay, so I've got some articles on binoculars for bird watchers, or I have some articles on chiropractor work. And then what you do is you take the topic of the articles and you go do some keyword research to maximize the ability that you're going to be targeting a keyword phrase that is getting traffic. So again, you have an article. Let's say the article happens to be on curing your golf slice. And so you go out to the AdWords keyword tool, which I'm not going to show you here because I've shown that about every video. But you use the AdWords keyword tool, and you go in there, you type in cure golf slice, for example. So you go in there, you type in cure golf slice. What happens is, you're going to get a list of keyword options that come up there. So words like, curing a golf slice, how to cure a golf slice. And so that might become all of a sudden the title or the topic of your video. And so you want the title of your video to be the keyword phrases. And the reason, again, is just like I said, because the video sites are using the title of the video in the title tag. And if you do that, what's going to happen is the actual video page itself where your video is can potentially rank in the search engines. So you want to create a title for your video using the keyword phrases. And then also what that does is that helps when people are running searches inside the video sites themselves, because remember I said they're high traffic, high authority sites. They get tons of eyeballs, tons of visitors, and people use their search functions to find videos they're interested in. So if you use your title correctly, that will also benefit you, so you'll come up in the video search engine themselves. So not only the other search engines, but the video search engine. So use your keywords in your title, but research the keywords. So make sure that you have a plan out there. So if you're going to use private label rights articles, that's great. Just use keywords from there. If you already have articles that you've written where you've already kind of done some keyword research on, boom, you already know these keywords get some traffic, so you're going to use those for that. Then you want to write a short description of your video. So here's an example. It can be 1 or even 2 or 3 sentences. But you always want to start off your description like this, with your domain name, not with the dash there. That's just for the PowerPoint. But you always want to start it off right here with the you want to just start it off right there with the domain name. And you always want to include, this is important, http://. This is one, and the reason you're doing this, you're probably saying, that looks ugly. Why would you do that? And the reason is because several of the video hosting sites themselves actually will make that link active only if you have the HTTP there. If you just have the www, the link will not be active. So if you make it a clickable live link, then you will get a benefit by having a good backlink to your site, which helps you with search engines, rankings, but also it makes it easier on the person watching the video to say, hey, this is interesting. And people online are conditioned to click on blue underline links, and that's what it does on these video sites most of the time. So boom, they click on that link, they're right over to your website. So you want to make sure at the beginning of your description, the reason you do it at the beginning is because typically they will condense the description down to maybe like a few words or something. So you want to make sure that always in front of their eyeballs is the link first. So that's very important. That right there is worth the price of admission, because if you're doing video marketing now, that's going to be huge for you. That's going to give you a lot better click-through rate on your videos. So do that with your videos. And then say, a short description, find more effective strategies and more for doing this and that on the website. I say this and that because it depends on your niche, So if your keyword phrase, whatever that is, try to use that keyword phrase in the description. If it takes you 2 sentences to do it, then do it in 2 sentences. If it takes 3 sentences, do it there. But they limit you character-wise, so they'll tell you if you've gone over, but try to keep it around, I like to keep it under 200 characters for the best results, which is, two or so sentences. So it's very short, nothing major, serious to worry about. You also want to write out the tags you'll be using for your video, and tags are basically keywords. So this is just like if you're tagging a blog post, or you're writing keywords or tags for your articles, or for like Squidoo lenses like we talked about last week, or just some other strategies. You want to write out a list of keywords related to your video. It could be your core keyword and then maybe a couple other keyword phrases. You want to save this information into a Word document or a Notepad file for each video, so that when it comes time to submit them, you can just copy and paste the, right to the video hosting websites. So now at this point, now that you've come up with your keywords, you've decided which niche you're going to go after, what article you're going to do, you're ready to create your videos now for submission. So at this point now in the presentation, I'm going to actually show you guys live. I'm going to take a quick drink of water. I'm going to pause this so you guys can finish writing out those notes, and then I'm going to show you guys live, step by step, how you guys can go ahead and start creating these short, basic online videos. And I'm going to take you through, just step-by-step process for doing that. So we're going to cover at least 2 different strategies for creating a video here. So let me pull up some information here. Okay, so I've got my Audacity up and my information there. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is make the screen live again. Okay, so you guys should be able to see my screen now. Up on my screen here, I have the Audacity software. So this is the free Audacity software. It is live on the screen. And what I'm going to be doing here is taking this article on golf training, because I have a little site on golf, and I know nothing about golf, but I'm using private label rights content. That's the power of this, and to create this great content. So basically all we're going to do is I'm going to sit here and read like the first couple paragraphs so you guys can see exactly how this process works, because the first phase for this particular video is that you want to have some sort of an audio created. So you want to have an audio made for your video first. So you want to have the audio part created, because for this video we're going to just use an audio where I'm reading the article and then a picture of golf. So that's what we're going to do. So what I'm going to do then is go ahead and hit record, and then I'm going to just start reading that content. So here we go. Let me minimize this and bring this down a little bit. So I'm going to all I'm doing is just positioning this so I can use the Audacity software and the golf, read the article at the same time. So the Audacity software, again, is absolutely free. So you'll see it on my screen right here. And when you're ready to record, just start hitting record. So I'm going to just read this first sentence here. Let's see. So I'm going to just find a good little paragraph for me to read. Okay, so I'm going to just read these 3 little paragraphs right here. Just bear with me. I want to show you guys how simple this is. I'm not going to read the whole article just so I'm not going to bore you guys, but I just wanted you guys to see how simple this really is. So I'm just going to hit record. See, one of the roots of golfing mistakes is that tendency to swing hard. A violent swing shows power, but power isn't what wins the game. It's accuracy and control. You want to swing easily and freely at the ball If you bring your feet together, you will reduce your ability to swing hard. If you brace yourself, you're probably going to use too much effort. Just relax and swing easily. You also want to keep your center of gravity the same. Do this by keeping both of your feet on the ground in approximately the same position as when you start. Keep your head still and your center of gravity won't change. Okay, so now I've just created an audio file. So now that I've created that, I'm going to just choose export as MP3. And then what I'm going to do is just save this to my computer. So notice that's all I did. I've just created my short little MP3. I just read the article. I hope I didn't bore you too much with that article, but I just wanted to show you how simple this really is. Okay, so I'm just going to save this. Let's just take this down to the file here that I'm going to be working from. Okay, so we've got the file here, and let's just call this golf sample and hit save. Okay, so it's now saving that MP3 file. So now that that has been saved, we're going to go out to one of the video hosting sites, and we're going to grab a golf image. So I'm going to grab an image from the stock exchange site here, sxc.hu. And let's just take a picture of a golf hole. That one looks good right there. So I'm just going to grab that picture. And I want to view the image license first just to make sure I can use it. You can use this video in digital format, multimedia presentations, broadcast film and video, cell phones, etc. Okay, so I can use it, but you may not use the image for pornographic purposes, to endorse products or services, if it depicts a person, which this one does not depict a person, in a way that can give a bad name to the website. It does not. And I cannot sell the image to you guys or somebody else. I could not do that. So there we go. So I can use this image okay. So in order to download the larger version of this image, I do need an account though. So I'm going to just download that. So you will need to set up a free account with sxc.hu. It doesn't cost you anything to set up. So we're just going to set up our account, or I'm just going to log into my account. Setting up your account is very, very easy. Now, they give you their images like an enormous format on sxc.hu, so I want to show you guys how to, size those images down just a tad as well. So this is going to take just a moment here. So this image take just a little bit to load. As you see here, this image comes through an enormous format, so it's bigger than you would even need it. So basically once it loads up, you just choose Save Image As, and then I'm going to just navigate over to the folder that I'm going to be working from. So let's just come right over here and pull this in here. So okay, so there's the file we're working from. Let's just call this golf sample image, and let's just save that image right there. Okay, so now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to resize the actual image itself. So I'm going to go in here and resize this golf image. So let's see here. Let's see, golf image. Okay, so here's the golf sample image. We're going to right click on this and choose open with, I like to use, there's a program on your computer, most computers have it, called Microsoft Office Picture Manager that you could get. You could also use paint.net, or you could use the original Paint. We'll use paint.net for this example. Make sure I can get that to work okay. Paint.net is a free software that functions really, really well. It's a free image editing software. You could also use one called GIMP. It's G-I-M-P, and it will also do that. So we could change the image right here. So we're to just open up on paint.net. So if you want to go to Google and type in paint.net, you can download the software as well. It's absolutely free. So there's paint.net, and then just choose resize. And if you want to resize it by percentage, so you want to go here, by percentage, and let's say we want to make this like 20% because the file is so huge. What you want to try to get the file to be at is like, 640 or so, around 640, between 640 and 800 in width and height, in that range. So that's about what we want it to be. So I'm going to just resize it to fit that. So notice that's a good size right there. That's a great size. So we're just going to go File and then Save As. And then we want to just save this image as a JPEG again. And ask me if I want to replace that image, and I do. So we're just going to go ahead and say OK. So that has been saved now. So we can just close out of paint.net. So here we go. So this is the little golf image right here that we are working from, and now we've got our golf sample audio. So what I would do next is go over and open Windows Movie Maker, which if you're using Vista, you would find it somewhere inside here. It's going to be, you're going to notice it inside here, Windows Movie Maker. I already had it because I've been using it, but I wanted you to see where to find it. If you're using XP, it's got a very similar platform, so don't let that worry you. And that's found under Accessories, and it functions very similar. It looks slightly different in Vista than it does in XP, but you could download the most recent version, I believe, from their site. And then iMovie will function in a similar fashion. You're going to do some of the very same basic processes here. So first thing you want to do is we want to import the media. So I'm going to just go grab the file that I'm going to be working from. So let's just jump right over here. Okay, so we're just going to go grab that image and we're going to import the audio. So I'm just importing the image and the audio. Okay, and then what you're going to do then is you want to drag down the image to the video tab, and then you can just extend it out, and then you want to take the audio and just drag it down here. So that's all I did, is I just drug that down here. So there's the audio of me talking about whatever it is, I'm talking about, where I read my article. And the next thing you want to do is you're going to see an option that says titles and credits, and you want to select title on the selected clip, and then you want to enter the text, which in this case the text you're going to be entering for this kind of article or video, excuse me, is just the URL for your website. So you want to change the, you can change the text font if you want to right here. So this is taking a little bit longer than 5 minutes because I'm showing you how to do it, but you guys should be able to see the idea of how fast this can really go, once you get the hang of it. So we could change the color of the font if we wanted it to be black, but we'll go with white because that'll work pretty well here for this example. But if you want to make it a little bit smaller, there you can do that, and click on Add Title, and then you can just drag that out there so it ends, right there. And so then if you want to actually play that to see how it's going to function, you'll hear me talking. So notice that there's my little video right there already created in such a short amount of time. So, and that's kind of a slightly professional looking video. I'm sure some of you would agree. I mean, it's obviously not, boom boom, like the a multi-million-dollar video that you would create, but it is very, very basic. And so that's how you create this video. So now once you've created that video, you just choose, go ahead and choose Publish Movie. And you want to just publish it to your computer, and then select Next, and you would just browse a folder. I'm going to just use the same folder that I'm working from here. So bear with me real quick. So let's just grab that file that we're in, and let's just pull that down. Okay, and then the file name, we're going to just call this Golf Movie Sample, and then just choose Next. And in your case, you would try to title it like your core keyword phrases that you're using. You want to make sure you save it best quality for playback on your computer. That's the best bet. And let's see here, and then you're going to go ahead and hit Publish. And it's going to take just a moment for your video to be made. And depending on how big your video is will depend on how long it's going to take for your video to actually be created. So notice here that the video is being published, and it's publishing at the moment. So in just a few moments we created a halfway decent looking, professional video just in that short amount of time. So that's how you do that part. Okay, so then once this is done publishing, we're going to take a look at the video, and just so you guys can see how it looks, so you guys can be proof that we did create a video that fast. And that's just using an image, and basically just using an image and then the audio. So we're just going to hit Play Movie, and it will take just a moment to load up. Okay, so there you guys go. You can hear my voice. And now we've created a very, very short video that's going to be effective because it gives good content and it subtly sells your website. Notice there's your website and it's got a nice little background picture. So I'm pretty proud of that short little video. It didn't take long for us to create. So now that video has been made. And so now the next thing you could do is, let's say that you wanted to use, like let's say we wanted to use a couple of different images. So so you wanted to pull in, and let's just import some images. I've got some other images here that I could use. So let's just go up here to pictures and then some sample images. So we'll just import a bunch of pictures here. And these, aren't necessarily, I know, not related to golf. But if you wanted to do like a slideshow, you could just drag down these different images. And notice how I just overlapped them. You notice that? How I just clicked on that and it just like overlapped, right there. So there's a picture of the golf right there. So I could just stick that and then drag it so it kind of overlaps. And that's going to cause kind of a fade effect for the video. And let's say that I like this golf ball picture a lot, so I want to make it, show up a little, be more prominent in my video. So what I'm going to do then is just, make that golf ball picture maybe extend a little longer, have a picture of these excited people here. And then at the end we're going to have some ice cream. So that's just pulling just some pictures together. So now when you play the video, okay, so now watch as it rotates. You notice how now it's doing a nice little fade effect. So okay, so you guys get the idea at that point. That's how you create a fade effect. So if you were to do a slideshow where you're taking multiple pictures with your audio being you reading your article in the background, that's how that would be created. And then when you're done with that, you just go File, Save As. And if you want to get really fancy, you could add in, just some different effects. Like you could add in, things like, the ease out effect. You could add in just some different functions as well. So fade out to white or something if you wanted to. Let's try some of these out here and just see how they do. So there's the audio playing. And so basically you can play around with some of the effects that they have too, and you could add in some different effects, to your different pictures, your images, and your video as well. So you could do some cool little effects that way. Now if you wanted to actually use one of the royalty-free audios that you're working from, let's just go back here. Okay, so if you want to use, like, let's say we decide that we want to just set this to music instead. I'm just going to delete that audio sample, and we're just going to go to Import Media, and you're just going to browse your computer to wherever you saved the royalty-free audios that I gave you or the audios that you're going to be working from. So I'm going to just pull up those files here. I've got them saved on my computer. Let's just grab royalty-free. Let's see, music royalty-free, and let's just drag in some audio. So here's a loopable audio file, and let's just drag that down. And then if you wanted to, add it in again, you could always copy it and then paste it down here again. So then you have it playing twice, or you could just minimize some of the pictures. So now listen to this. So you notice now we've got some audio music as this rotates, so it kind of adds some pizzazz to the video a little bit. So you can obviously choose which song you want to use. And then how these loopable track works is, you just put it out there however many slides you have, and it just plays. So if, for example, you can mix and match this too. So you could have like your PowerPoint playing with your text, and you could have some music playing with your voice talking over the music. So you could kind of really mix and match things and have a pile of fun with it if you wanted to. So there's just a lot of different things that could be done. So just a lot of different options here that could be done to make this function for you. So keep that in mind. So there's just a lot of different options here, and you get the idea. It's as simple as dragging and clicking around until you get this to work for you, until you get it to look correctly. But it won't take you very long to do. And so that's how you make some very, very basic, very simple videos in just a very short amount of time. And I already showed you the article example as well. So that's just using the Windows Movie Maker software. And so I hope you guys can see how simple it is to actually make some of these very, very basic videos. So, so again, this is the template one. All you need to do is just have a basic PowerPoint slide that you can use the free version of PowerPoint. You could even do it on a Word document and then just capture that portion of the screen if you want. Just put in your website, put in the title of your article, and read your article, and boom, you've created that first little basic slide. So now let's just jump back here to the presentation, and we'll get this thing closed out so we can get some questions answered, because I know we're kind of running a little bit late here. So the next thing is, obviously, once you've created your video, it's time to actually submit it to some video hosting sites. So here's a list of sites to submit to. Just basically, this list will be provided, and I will actually add a few more to this list for you guys in the back end. But here's a few sites for you to check out and consider using. YouTube.com, that's the biggest one that you've all heard about. Rever.com, RealPeopleRealStuff.com, I've talked about them before. Basically, with RealPeopleRealStuff.com, all you're doing, they're a video classified site. You submit videos just like the other ones. Selltube.com is a new one I've come across. It is a classified video site that's focused on commercial videos. They want you to promote your website or service or what you have to offer, because the more content they have, the more money they make. All these sites are video sites that you can submit to. So I apologize, some of these sites have some racy ads on them, so I will be upfront and honest on that one. I can't control that, so if you do happen to go to one of these sites and they do have an ad, don't get upset with me. I don't control what some of their ads are. But a lot of these sites are clean. They're good to submit to. They're all clean and good to submit to. What's great about them though is once you submit your video, it helps your video come up in the search engines. And then also you want to check your download page for some more sites that I'm providing for you, along with a lot of other content. Automatic mass video distribution. There are some services out there that do mass distribution. I am not being shy that's an affiliate link for Traffic Geyser, so you guys are welcome to check that out. I could have been more subtle, but I'm not. I'm just going to be upfront and honest. It is a great program, not just because I have my affiliate link there, but it's something that I swear by and use with all my marketing, with clients, just different things. It is a tool. It is slightly expensive when you're first starting out, so be upfront and honest there too. It'll be one of those tools that will justify itself pretty quickly once you start using it, and once you start getting the hang of creating a lot of videos. And once you start getting to where you're creating 10, 20 videos a month to submit, it's going to be very, very worth it for you to use Traffic Geyser, because what happens is when you're manually uploading these videos to all these video sites one by one, it takes a lot of time. It takes quite a bit of time because you have to do it each time. Well, what Traffic Geyser does is it actually takes the video and it will submit it to about 20 video hosting sites. Plus, on top of that, it will take the audio out of your video and turn it into a podcast for you, an MP3 podcast audio file, and submit it to several podcast directories. And then on top of that, it will do a social bookmarking of the actual of your actual website as well. So it will bookmark your website, submit a podcast promoting your site, and submit your video all at the same time. And so it does all these things. And another thing I like about their service is when you create a video, the video hosting sites, they don't have issues if, like, you can submit the same video, but it has to be submitted in a different format. So like there's different video formats. There's WMV, there's .mov, and there's .avi. And some of the best ones to work with are .mov, .wmv, and .avi, which WMV typically is what will happen when you're using Windows Movie Maker. So basically, though, it would take your WMV file, and if you decided you want to do a timed submission, you could choose a whole another set of keyword phrases to submit towards and target. And it's kind of more of a higher level strategy, but so basically the same video gets you double or triple the results, because they would automatically, their system will convert the video to a different format and then do what's called a timed submission, so that it looks more natural to the search engines when it automatically gets submitted. And so it's it is a really cool tool. It is the best paid video submission service out there. I know the creator of it, one of the creators of it, brilliant, awesome marketer, great person. And it's really low cost when you consider all it does for you. But it automates video submissions, podcast submissions, and social bookmarking, and it gives you huge flexibility. So you do want to check them out. You can also just go to trafficgeyser.com. I apologize for being so blunt with my affiliate link. But TubeMogul.com, that is another option for you. It is a free service. It submits to about 8 sites or so, about 8 sites consistently, 8 or so. It might fluctuate, but it will automatically submit your site to several video hosting sites at once as well. But it is it's actually a free service, so it doesn't cost you anything. So it's actually what you could do as an option is sign up with TubeMogul. Go check out TubeMogul because, like I said, I like to give you free options. And I know Traffic Geyser could be slightly expensive when you're first starting out. So one thing you could do is try TubeMogul out, use their mass distribution option. I would recommend you choose at least one of these options though, because what it's going to do is instead of you having to sit there and manually upload these videos, you just upload it to like TubeMogul one time and it submits you to 8 sites, or Traffic Geyser it submits you to like 30 places at once. So that's the only reason I recommend those tools is they're time savers, and I don't want you to think I'm just here to pitch you on something so I make affiliate commission. But basically, it's just these are tools that save you time, and time is money, and that's why you could consider, there were some automatic article distribution things I told you about as well when we were on that lesson. So there are tools that help you automate this process, which means you can spend more time creating more videos and getting more videos out there, which means more money, more traffic, more exposure, which is why we're all here. So these are some great tools to utilize, some great tools of the trade. But TubeMogul.com, that is a free option. You're limited on sites to submit to, but it's still very valuable considering it doesn't cost you anything. So that's TubeMogul.com. So there's TubeMogul.com. And I'm going to show you real quickly here how to go about using that, and then we'll close out the presentation. So we're going to talk about how to use TubeMogul.com. So I'm going to just click on that and open it up here and just log into a test account that I have here, because I do all my video submissions through Traffic Geyser, but TubeMogul, and if anybody wants to go with Traffic Geyser, just let me know and I'll be happy to step you through some of the processes on how to use that effectively. So here is a basic TubeMogul backend. All you're going to do is choose upload a video, and you're just going to go and find the file on your computer. It's very basic, so we're just going to grab Golf Movie Sample and just choose upload. And then while it's uploading, you're going to say, tell us about your video. So what did I talk about? I talked about golf swing. So let's say golf swing tip ideas. And then I'm going to do the description like I talked about. So notice here, boom, 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 HTTP, firstgolftips.com. So find a great variety of golf swing tips ideas in this short and informative video. So notice I have my keyword, golf swing tips. That kind of sounds funny. So let's say golf swing tips video. Okay. And then the tags would be like golf swing tips, golf swing. Okay. So there you have it. And then you're just going to select your category, which in this case is going to be sports, and then choose upload. So hit the green upload button. And then what you're going to see here within their website is basically it's going to give you a list of websites here that you could actually be submitting to. And there's going to be a total list. It looks like there's 8 sites, there are 7 sites that they're going to submit to for free, or 8 sites total. There we go. That you can submit to. The first one is, and these other ones that are locked, they have a paid option, and I have not seen their price yet. They don't advertise their price. They make you actually do a contact. I filled out the form once and I started getting phone calls from them, but I got too tied up to where I forgot to call them back. But I'm going to guess, now I hate saying it, but it's going to be slightly expensive to upgrade to some of these options if they're actually physically calling you to upgrade. But they may not be too. So, but they have an upgrade which gives you more video submissions, but it does cost quite a bit more. But basically, here's the gist of it. You have site YouTube, Yahoo, MySpace Video, Meta Cafe, Daily Motion, Blip TV, VEOH, and all you're going to do is simply click on these links. So let's open that one up. Oops. Okay. So you would just click on the more options section, and if you don't have an account with them yet, what you would do is just choose register now, and it's going to open up where you can sign up for your VEOH account. So I would just plug in my information, username, email, password, and set up my account. And then once that account is set up, you're going to see right here, right next to VEOH, it says username. So you put in your username, which typically is either your email or the username that you came up with, and then you type in your password. And then what that's going to do then is that's going to automatically, because when you first get back here, you're going to need to put in your login details for all these accounts. You're going to need to have an account with Meta Cafe, MySpace Video, Yahoo Video, and YouTube, and Daily Motion, and Blip.tv if you want to use them all, which I recommend you use them all. It's just like OnlyWire, how I recommended you use that strategy. So once you set up these accounts, you just put in your username, which typically is either your email or your password. So you put in your email or your password, and you come back, and then you just choose launch. So I'm just going to be using those 4 ones right there. So I'm just going to hit launch, and what it's doing right now is it's now actually submitting my video to YouTube, Yahoo, MySpace, and Meta Cafe. So in just a short amount of time here, while I've been talking, I've uploaded a video now to 4 high traffic video sites. It's got a good keyword rich title, and this video is queued and being submitted on these 4 sites. And now if I had set up accounts on the other ones, it would have gone out to the other ones. So TubeMogul is a great free tool for you to utilize. And I'm going to show you one last video here, how to actually upload your video to, well, let's just go to youtube.com and show you how to manually upload your video to YouTube. So how could YouTube have an error right now? youtube.com, and if they won't work, we'll go to something else. Okay, so here is youtube.com. Let's just sign into our account. And let me just log in. You could use either YouTube or your Google account for YouTube. And let's just log in really quick though. Let's see. There's an account I'm going to use. Just choose sign in. And then what you're going to do is just choose upload a video file. And what it's going to do, it's going to say press upload to upload your video. And what I'm doing is just finding the video on my computer. So golf swing sample. So here's the title of the movie. Let's just choose a little different title here. Improve your golf swing. Improve your golf swing video, and then the description I just put in just like I told you guys about. Learn some basic tips to improve your golf swing with this simple video. And then the tags would be golf swing, and then choose the category. It's going to be sports. And then the privacy setting on YouTube, you want to keep it as share your video. And then you want to wait till this is all done uploading, which will take just a moment. And once you get that green button, that means it's ready to go. And the larger your video is, the longer it's going to take, so be patient. But then you're just going to choose upload video. Oops, I do not want to do that. Sorry about that. I'm going to choose down here save changes. My bad. Okay, so the video has been uploaded, so now I can go over to my videos, and this is on my little test account here, but you can see the video is not yet processed. It will take just a moment for it to process, and there it is. So the video is now just slowly uploading there, and it will. So this is the whole page where my video is going to be. So in about 30 minutes, usually they're done processing the video, and so now this video will be live on YouTube. And it's the same process on the other video sites. If you were to go to Revver.com, it's the exact same process where you just go through and you select upload, and that's why it's so important to have the files saved. So if you don't want to use some of these automatic tools, you can just be copying and pasting the information as you go. So so basically you would just, I'm just going to log in here to the Revver account, and just choose upload right there, and then that would take you through the very basic process for uploading the video. So I'm just going to choose upload, and most of the video sites are all the same. So step one is video file upload. So I just browse the computer, and then I put in the title, so golf swing tips, and then I just plug in the very basic information, and then I would just choose save metadata, and then let the video go from there. So I just chose upload, and it will start the upload process. So let's just plug that in. Improve your golf game. And now if I had done what I instructed, which was put into a notepad file, I would just be copying and pasting this over. Okay, and then let's just put in the keyword tags. And you can do this as many times as you want, creating these different videos. Now they give you an option for your actual website as well, which is kind of handy. And then for credits, I just put in the name of the site again. And then general, and then you don't need to upload it to a playlist, and just choose save metadata, and then it will go through the entire process when it's done with the upload part. So now that's how you upload on these video sites. So now I want to show you guys one quick other video, and then there's a plan of action I want to leave you with, and then we'll open up the line for more questions here. So I'm going to type in a keyword phrase, Doberman Pinscher dog breed, and you're going to see this video come up right here, Doberman Pinscher dog breed. It's a very competitive keyword phrase, and you're going to see two little videos come up here. These are actually on, this is a business that, the pet business, I'm a small owner in now. But this video has now received over 59,674 views just on YouTube. And just notice how basic it is. Like, all this video is just me talking. I'm reading an article, a private label rights article nonetheless, about and this is just proof that this works. It's just a very basic private label rights article talking about Doberman Pinscher dog breeds. I've got a very basic rotating images with Doberman Pinscher pictures. I've got my URL down there. This video is even more basic than the other one I just made, and it's a minute long, but it's been a tremendous traffic generator, because just on YouTube it's had that many views. On these other sites it's had quite a few views as well. Just a lot of traffic, a lot of eyeballs are looking at it. So that's just, so you guys can see kind of in action that this stuff works. I've done this with a lot of different videos, and just very, very basic process. So there's an example of some of these nasty video sites. But basically this video has been viewed quite a few times as well on this site. But there is, on YouTube, that's where it's gotten most of its clicks. So unfortunately, we can't control the ads that show up on some of these video sites. YouTube tends to be pretty clean. Most of the other ones tend to be pretty clean, but sometimes they have some other inappropriate ads on some of these sites. So keep that in mind as you're doing it. So that's an example of a video that's actually working. Let's just jump back to the presentation here and close this out here. So let's just go back over here. And here's a short little plan of action. So this week, or in the coming week, or whenever you want to get some massive influx of traffic, use some keyword research and identify 20 keywords that you could create a video around. So similar to the article marketing strategy, and if you already did that, you could just apply those articles to this video concept, and then you're just duplicating your effort. Because you're just making your effort that much better because you're doing it for the articles and the video, so you don't have to do it over and over again. So basically, create 20 short videos using the strategies discussed in this presentation, and then submit those videos. And you want to create unique titles, descriptions, and keyword tags for each video and save it in a notepad file, so you can just copy and paste on those. And then start uploading the videos to the hosting sites, and consider using Traffic Geyser to really kick it in gear, because with Traffic Geyser you could come up with additional, so like those 20 videos could all of a sudden become 40 videos, because you can submit them 2 times. You can actually submit them up to 4 times, so those 20 videos could become 80 videos, and they're submitted 4 times, so they become 80 videos all of a sudden, each with different descriptions and keywords converted to different formats so that they are accepted and okay on the video sites. So you could consider using Traffic Geyser, but you don't have to. I'm just putting that out there. But you could use TubeMogul though. So you create 20 videos and you submit it on the 8 sites that TubeMogul lets you submit to automatically. And right there's 120 sites that now have your video. Not to mention everybody that's going to embed them. Not to mention they're always going to be there with the keywords. And then the other thing is that if you submit it to a few other sites, like let's say you choose Real People, Real Stuff, SellTube, and some of these other sites, and you start submitting your stuff to them too, what's going to happen is it's just going to keep growing, just like with article marketing. It's all about getting more done. So I encourage you guys to take action on that. And then just repeat this process for a new niche market you're in, for additional sets of keywords, because every niche has hundreds of keywords, and just keep doing it, and you're just going to start seeing massive results.